Greetings, everyone. So I'm just connected. I'm just connecting the camera. It will be on in a few minutes. My cat is troubling me here. Just a moment. So greetings. I think I'm live now. I'm just cross-checking the sound. I don't know if it's too loud. It takes 30 seconds to just reflect back. So I'm just waiting for my own voice to see the feedback. Yeah, it seems fine. Last time it was just cluttering out, and now it's fine. Now it's fine. Okay, so greetings to all of you and very good morning on this beautiful Sunday. So today's live, as we have gone with the topic, okay, the topic is divine order in chaos. In the chaos is divine order. So I had once, spoken about this in one of the live sessions long back. I don't know if you remember it. So the same subject, having the divine order. Nice to see you here. Welcome all of you. So what do we mean by this divine order in this chaos? Look, the chaos that I'm talking about, you already know what the chaos is. We all are in some kind of chaos. You can always see the chaos. Like you can see me also talking about a lot of chaos. There's chaos, and we certainly get affected in this chaotic life. If you see, the whole world is a chaos. There is no order. If you see in a certain way, there is no real good order. Order in the sense how a city is, or how the administration of a city or a country is. It depends on the order, law and order that's maintained by the administration. So if the administration is not good, or the administration is deviating from what is actually supposed to be done, then we have problems. Then we call that is not in order, or there is a disorder. So disorder in this world is man created. Now what is the government trying to do, or what is any administration trying to do? Even if you see a small school also, everybody is the whole administration is concentrating on bringing a certain order into the school, and we have disciplines and we have so many faculties that are installed to take care of that order. Even in a school, small school, if you see, even in a home, you see in your own home also, there is a person, there is a head of the family who takes care of a certain order. Things are in order. If that certain responsible person in a family is not there, there is disorder. So mostly in family we have all these disorders and a lot of problems between conflict, because there is no a central person there who can take into consideration a certain kind of an order for the highest good of all. So when that doesn't happen in a family, you can see there is chaos in the family. So it extends. If you see, I was talking about the whole world order. You see the whole world order we are talking about. One country against the other country, or we have a set of bodies of representative of many countries sitting together and looking at a certain order. So if one country is not in a proper way, the others get together and see what can be done to get order. So you see, there is a disorder in that. In a country, there is disorder. In a state, again, there is disorder. In a what do you call district, there is disorder. In a city, there is disorder. In your locality, there is disorder. Community, what you call. And then you come to your house. House also there is disorder. And then we come to us. In us also, as a being, as a jivatma, if you see, there are certain disorders. And when there are disorders, you know what? Physical disorders is equivalent to physical disease. Mental disorder is equal to mental disease. Emotional disorder. We are all familiar nowadays with these terms. All kind of disorders in the human physiology. So you can see it goes on again. You go deep. You go on a tissue level. You go on an organ level before that. Every organ, there is a certain order. Something goes wrong, there is a disorder in that particular organ. The other are functioning, but that organ has a disorder. You go deeper again, cellular level. In cell also, when there is a disorder, there is a dissonance, there is again problem. Disease comes from there. So I seeing how this is what we are relating to the macrocosm and the microcosm. Micro level, there is disorder, and macro level also there is disorder. See, I told you only till the world. If you expand to the world, there is something called a universe. In universe also there is a certain order, and there can be a disorder. You know, satellites moving and so many things happening there, outer space. There can be disorder. When there is disorder, there is disaster. See all the dis in that. So you can see it goes on expanding. The order and disorder. So what am I talking when I say even in the chaos, there is chaos everywhere. On this cosmos level, in the universe level, on a planetary level, on a world level, on a country level, on a state level, on a district level, on a community level, on a town level, on a locality level or society level, on a house level, on an individual level, on an organ level, on a tissue level, on a cellular level, and even atomic level, even atomic. See, it goes on expanding into infinite and collapsing into nothingness. Even to that bit, there is order and disorder. So, you can see if you just sit in awareness and you just observe and see, you will notice what is happening in your life. You will also have a certain order and certain disorder. You can notice that in your life too. The disorder happening. That disorder is what does not give us peace, does not settle us, makes us also chaotic. So you can see all this is interrelated. Anything in the outer world chaotic will directly affect our inner level of chaos. It is interrelated. It's connected. And anything inside happens, it will reflect in the collective consciousness. That is why we say every individual consciousness, what's happening is a small world, small universe, so many put together. When you bring them all together, whatever is happening in that, when you expand it, that is happening in the collective consciousness. That is what we call as the group karma. Individual karma and group karma. Everybody's karma put together is what we call as the group karma or the collective karma. Collective karma, when if on a single person level there is a disorder, you will see a lot of mishaps and chaos happening in that person's life, in and out. It will affect the family. So one disturbed or two disturbed individuals will create a chaos in the family. Chaotic families put together create chaotic societies. Societies which are chaotic, if we put together, the communities at large. And then it goes on. Citizens at large. And then it goes on. The humans at large. Everybody gets chaos. So you can see how it is interrelated. The chaos is very much interrelated. We are all dependent on each other. Somebody is affected somewhere, we have to be affected. That's how we are connected. How we are connected, whether we know it or not, there is oneness. The ultimate highest truth that is revealed by all the great mystics and all the great scriptures, and even through our personal experiences or the experiences of higher one, ascended ones, you can see it all results in oneness, where it says it's just one source and we are all sparks of that same source. That is why it is so profound in the Eastern, in our tradition here, that where we say, I see the God in you. I bow to the God within you. I appreciate and respect the God within. वो तो dialogues है. It's all just I don't know how deep it is, but yes, that at least that theology is there. At least that philosophy we know कि there is someone outside and we respect that person and we consider that person as brother and sister, which is what I call as universal brotherhood. So anything that is happening, you can see how, and I just spoke from my level, it affects my family. I'm talking even deeper. Any dissonance in the atomic level will affect my cells. From there, the molecular structure, the tissues, the organs are affected. And if my organ, one or two, is affected, you can see I cannot be at peace. There will be so much of disharmony. And that will affect my behavior and my personality. When it affects my behavior and personality, it will affect my family. The family goes out and it affects other people. So it goes on, never ending. So you can see the chaos that we are talking about is this. Chaos comes from where? One is what I said, even in the chaos, there's a divine order. What does that mean? Actually, if you see, the whole cosmos is divine order itself. How the universe unwinded from that nothingness into all this everythingness. From that nothingness, it just unfolded. The whole creation just unfolded perfectly. Okay. There is no imperfection in that creation. Because if there is imperfection in the creation, then the creator has to be imperfect. And we know that's not the case. So when it is coming from a perfect being consciousness, everything just unfolded as this cosmos, whole creation, just existence, just unfolded into perfectness. Then where the chaos came into place? Chaos came into place when the ego identifications began happening. When the souls, that sparks that were spread out, when each started identifying itself, I'm separate, I'm not connected to that oneness. When that feeling came that I'm not connected, I have my existence of my own system. I am running my own life. I am responsible for my own life. I am the creator of my own destiny. So I took destiny in my hands and I disconnected from the creator. The concept of I am the creator is because that creator created it. The essence of that creator is to create. Creator means what? To create. So if I am a spark of that, or if I am a child of the creator, obviously I will have the same DNA. I will have the same functions, same quality, same personality. So if I am that creator, then I have to create. Then I begin creating. Can you see it? So it's that DNA imprint which is there of the creator, which is there already in every spark, which gave rise to that power to create. And then individually, everybody began, all the sparks began creating. Creating out of free will. Every spark means it has got a freedom, because that divine consciousness, that whole major, the supreme creator itself has a free will. Out of its own free will it created. So the same quality applies to all the sparks. And all the sparks have individual free wills. And now everybody started creating on their own. The more the creations happened, the more unwinding of things happened to every individual, the more they got engaged in more things. And the more they got engaged in certain things, the more of those identities became stronger. This feeling of that I am the creator of everything, that took so strong hold that it forgot about the divinity because it disconnected itself. Now it has its own cocooned identity, a personality, that individuality, which it says, this is the I. It no more began connecting or expressing itself as the divine. It never said I am divine or the divine. These expressions were not there. It said I. Who I? There are so many sparks, countless. Everything looks alike. Like if you go in a Sikh community, or if you go and see in a Buddhist community, all are shaved. All look the same. If you go into the Sikh community, all are not shaved, all have turbans and beards, almost all look the same from far. What differentiates, because all humans almost look same, what differentiated them? A name was given. The name to separate Mr. So and so, Mrs. So and so, and Miss, Mr. XYZ, ABC. That was done because there was variety now. You can't identify. If you got 10 people, you got to have a name. That was a big problem that I had, because I wanted to dissolve the name. You can't dissolve the name. Practical speaking, you can't dissolve. If somebody has to address, how will they address? If there are 10 people standing and somebody wants to call out to one person, what will they say? Hey light, hey light, light. Hey consciousness, consciousness. You consciousness, come here. Third number consciousness, come here. Or there are thousands of people standing, how will you count somebody? You had to have a name, an identity. So that is very important. So when I have my own identity, I have to adapt now to the world because I live in. Otherwise, I cannot survive in the world. So I have to take a name, form, naam, swarup. And with that began the identification. The name came, I forgot my own true self, that I am a spark. I began identifying myself. Who are you? I am XYZ. And that continued for eons. That became imprinted in the human DNA. So every child that was born, who are you? You are the son of so and so. You are the daughter of so and so. Who? Mr. So and so and Mrs. So and so. Or the Gotra. You belong to this tradition. You belong to this religion. You belong to this community. See, it all got expanded that way. Human beings got their names. Similarly, when group of humans came together and they had similar thoughts, they all became one group. Somebody had a different thought, they formed another group. The more the groups became and the more different identifications became, the more the diversities. And then so many names. Like 10 people, you don't know whom to call, how to address. Same way, 10 communities, 10 groups, you don't know how to address. So you give them a name. The moment the name came, identification. Religions, a certain format, following, understanding a belief, a certain thing. What do we call this? We call this ism, dash 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 ism, or dash 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 it. Names came. And the more people identified with themselves and with their surrounding, their groups, in their family, their gotras and the family names, strong identification. My identification now, not enough. Now I identify myself with my surname, with my gotra, with my family lineage. Not enough. Me and the family put together now identify with a community of so and so XYZ community. Not enough. All mixed communities, 2-3 communities of same patterns come together. We identify ourselves as one religion. So one religion has got so many different communities. Many religions come together. It goes on. This way and that way it goes on. So you can see how the identification came, very strong identification. And the more the identification, the more the diversities. Can you see, first it began with the human consciousness, individuality, the Jivatman, and then it became into their belief systems, whatever. And now when the child is born, all standard set systems, nothing to just worry about. Everything is set, preset. You don't have to do anything there. It's all there, ready made. It's in the memory. Like I was saying, I was trying to make this live today. So when I actually went to fix up this web streaming, it asked me there, do you want to go to previous settings? I said, wow, because otherwise you sit doing all the settings together, putting the code here and there and all that. So many things are there, even writing the description and all that. So I just clicked preset, the previous settings. Automatically everything it took in place. Set. All that I needed to do was change the title. That's all. That's what happens with us also. Everything is preset. When you have entered a womb, it is all preset. Which womb are you going to enter now? And now what your identity is going to be in this so and so religion, the so and so caste, so and so community. Everything is predestined now. One womb you choose according to your karma. One womb is enough. Rest everything unfolds automatically. It's all preset in the world. You don't have to do anything. So a preset you enters the womb, and the moment you are born out, you come into the world and look around. Only thing that they have to do is change the title. A human being has come with preset conditions, born into our religion, our family tradition. Everything is preset. All that we need to do is give it a title, give it a name, and a name is given. Beautiful example, like what this webcast is. How simple it is. मेहनत ही नहीं लगती है. Where did this preset come from? This preset came from my previous streaming, for which I had to make a lot of efforts. I had to sit down and do each and every setting. Trial and error, everything was done. So much time went. Last time you saw it didn't even start first. So much of things went, but it helped me in this now because now it's all preset, pre-conditioned. It's all conditioned. I don't have to worry. So all that I have to come and do a little twitching here and there. So that's how we get born. We don't have much to do. So once you enter into this world, you don't have anything to do. The system will guide you. The whole system will automatically guide you. Now what I was trying to tell is, when the whole cosmos unfolded itself in its perfect form, everything was in its perfect form, including you and me. Once upon a time, we were just pure spirits, pure souls. We were just unfolded from that spark, big bang theory you can take. One boom, and all the sparks exploded. All the souls exploded. From where? From that one source. Pure, divine. And then the story began. The identifications and all that. When identifications happen is when chaos happens. Why? Because it's not aligned to the natural divine order. What is the divine order? The thing that just unfolded itself, that is the pure divine order. That grid which is there, that's a pure divine order. Now when man takes life, individual life in control, and begins dominating his own life and begin creating his own destinies, 8 billion people, 8 billion destinies. And all those destinies affect the evolution of the consciousness of the planet. Can you believe that? So when somebody says, I am the creator of my own destiny, it's a huge responsible job. If he said, create what you want, that's where chaos begins. Everybody is creating according to their whims and fancies, not aligned to the divine order. Are you getting this clear? What was the divine order? Forgotten. What is the new order? Disorder. Coming from where? Coming from these identities. I am this, and I have forgotten what's the divine order, and thus I have forgotten what's the divine will. Divine will is forgotten, I take in the free will. Free will comes into place. With the free will I can do anything. Free, freedom. With the will is free will. That is why today we have all kind of beings in this planet. All kind of beings. From positive to negative to neutral. Every kind of beings you will find at all level. Positive, negative is not immediate. If I say 10 is positive and 1 is negative, then there is 2 to 9 also in that. Little positive, moderate positive, very positive, hyper positive, super positive, it goes on. Quality, same way for negativity. And all these diversities are present on this earth. Where do you fit in? Where do I fit in? Depending on what my frequency is, we fit into that order. And that order is disorder because it's not aligned with the divine order. This is all man-made. Man-made means ego-made. Because the identity of me, mine, I, that separateness itself is ego. What motivates somebody to have a special identity and do according to one's own whims is the ego. Ego means separatedness, the feeling of separatedness. I have a separate identity. I am a different human being. And that is when man falls into the loop of birth and death, because when man goes out of order and falls into disorder, he creates chaos. The chaos creates more disorderly karma for him, and he comes back to reap that, and while reaping it, creates even more, and it goes on. Butterfly effect. Every individual, I'm telling. That determines the quality of the planet. That determines the yugas. The kind of vibration of one person and a collective, when you expand it, it's a collective vibration. That whole vibration is known as era or yuga. When the whole consciousness is very pure and the disorder has not yet come, the ego identity is not creating free will. People are not creating their own destiny as per their will, but are aligned with the divine will and are following standards, are following something we call as dharma. Dharma is the code of divine order. It is the code. The whole system of divine order is having this foundation of dharma, upon which is the whole divine order landing upon. It's standing on that. Anything deviating from this dharma, you end up creating chaos. That's not divine order, but it goes into disorder. So, movement from dharma, when it is all in dharma, it is Satyuga. A little movement from there, the next yuga. All the Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, Kali Yuga happens this way. The yugas change according to that disorder. The more the disorder, the more the collective consciousness goes into darker zones. And the more the darker zone is how the yugas take place to Kali Yuga. Until it goes to very extreme dark zones where the chaos is so much chaos that nobody knows who's doing what. Everybody is just doing. You see the world currently or in the past 10 years, what you're seeing. It's in that chaotic moment. That is called the era of darkness, Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga means dark age. It has gone into dark age because we have deviated from that dharma. Dharma is divine order. Now is what? The more chaos. But then is it so depressive? Is it so pessimistic? It's not. It's not at all pessimistic. That's what I want to tell you. That's what I want to reveal. The whole world is behind a pessimism outlook. Kali Yuga hai, ghor Kali Yuga hai, this is happening, this will happen, that will happen, extreme will happen. No. As per as what I have studied from the mystics, great mystics like Yukteswar Giri Maharaj, he has studied, and not just he, many other mystics have confirmed this. His study shows that in the 70s only Kali Yuga came to an end. From the 70s, the new transition has begun towards the divine order. That is towards Satyuga. So right now, we are neither in Kali Yuga nor in Satyuga, but we are in mid-transition. That is why I said, Right now, when the focus is all on the chaos, there is so much chaos in my life, in my head, my life is going a chaos, my family is going a chaos, the whole community is going okay, the world is in disorder, world is so chaos, it's so chaotic. That is when I reminded, but there is divine order in that chaos too. What you're seeing is only the chaos, but the roots have not gone. See, however far we travel from the source, there is a string attached, because the source is what is supplying life force energy to you. If you are completely disconnected from the source, it cannot be, because you are a part of creation. You will always be connected to the source. Only thing is, you can move farther from the source. You can move far from sunlight. You can be a Mercury planet, which is very close to the sun, or you can be a Pluto, which is very far from the sun. Depending on that, the light matters. The darkness, the ratio of darkness matters. So, however far we go, however Yuga, even in Kali Yuga you go, what is it that is taking you to reset? Please understand this. If it is a gone case, and if nobody is connected with the divine, and if, let's say, people say that Kali Yuga means it's lost, everything is lost, is moving towards destruction. There is no destruction actually. Everything will get destroyed and it's the end of the world. It's a biblical term. In Bible, in Christianity, they say it's the end of the world. Even in Islam, they say end of the world. Is it an end of the world? No, not really. It's a reset of the world. So if there is a reset, and if it is moving over to golden age, then it's not really the end. How can you call that an end? It's just a cycle. If it is end, we all should just disappear, gone into darkness. No, we are the same souls that again get transformed. However far we go, the journey begins coming back. Same souls. There is an end to it. You come back, purify completely. Then again, if you desire, the play of consciousness is so beautiful. Let me have some experience. That's how the concept began with the Creator. Nothingness, all stillness. One wish. Let me experience myself. Boom! Big bang. Creation happened. In moments, everything just unfolded. That's the power of the Creator. Instant manifestation. Momentary manifestation. Manifestation just happened. So when it happened and it started playing around, the supreme consciousness, the Param Tattva, we identified with human minds. That is why we have ideas about Param Tattva. It's not that way. That is eternal pure consciousness, because out of that consciousness it just had that one desire experience. Let me, boom, it's come out. It's still in that state. Fragments of it is experiencing it. That is why we say God is experiencing himself. The Param Tattva is experiencing himself, itself, or whatever gender you call it. Through what? Through our experiences. You and me suffering, or in happy, or in joyful mood, or whatever, sorrow, bitter, hatred, anger, then blissfulness. These are all individual experiences. Put together, it's collective experiences. Who is experiencing that? The experiencer, the witness, the great witnesser. Paramashiva, what we call it. Can you see? This is what it means. Stay with me in awareness. You will understand this concept very well. This is what it means, the play of consciousness. The whole play is happening in its consciousness. Forms we have got identified. For it, there is no forms. Every aspect is within its consciousness. That is why you cannot separate yourself. You cannot say you are lost. Somewhere in that consciousness, let us say this whole body is a consciousness, just ideologically, just for idea. So you might be somewhere here in that consciousness. So this consciousness is experiencing even this spark here. I might be somewhere here. Somebody might be somewhere here. So every pore, if you take as the sparks. And me, I am fully aware of every pore of my body, what's happening within me. See how the concept of awareness comes, being aware of oneself. Why we say when we become aware of ourselves, we become aware of the God within us. See this concept, holographic view. There, the creator also is experiencing it this way. I just gave an example. If this whole body is my creation, my cosmos, and when we show Shiva sitting there in stillness, in nothingness, in blankness, just in witnesshood and experiencing, this is what it means. There is no action, there is no inaction. He is pure consciousness, the eternal witnesser. Never an end, never a beginning. He was always there. That he is not a separate identity. Again, I am telling you. We are just parts of that. We have just separated ourselves. It's like the whole ocean and you become a wave. The wave will feel that I am different and I am a bigger wave, I am a smaller wave, I am a little wave, I am a curvy wave, I am a strong wave, I am a weak wave, many waves. But when it splashes into the ocean, do you have an identity? You don't have an identity, you become the ocean. In a moment you are the ocean. Another play, you are a wave. So while you are the wave, you are still the water. While you were dancing to whatever, I am this, whatever. Whatever, when we get involved in the play of consciousness, that is a wave. And I am not saying being spiritual means you don't experience. No, you experience it. You experience every bit of it. You experience happiness, you experience sorrow, anger, jealousy, hatred, revenge, lousiness, laziness, lethargy, tiredness, dullness, excitement, enthusiasm, pleasure, pain, everything we experience. I'm not saying no, we don't experience the moment we become spiritual. No, the moment you become spiritual, you just become aware of the ocean and the wave, of the concept of the philosophy. That's what comes to your understanding, to your knowing first. And then you start identifying with your own truth. That is where you start pondering, who am I? What am I doing in this world? It feels so unmeaningful here. There must be something. There must be, and then the spiritual hunts begin. That is why we call seekers. They begin seeking themselves. Who am I? That is the first question. Bhagavan Ramana used to say, sit and contemplate, who am I? But most of the world goes outside and asks, who am I? And then communities give you an identity. This is who you are. Come, I'll tell you who you are. And then they teach you who you are. Sometimes in the teaching they forget who they are. And it can mess up a lot of things. A new identity. They were supposed to get you out of the identity, they have another identity. Gone case. All again a part of the play of consciousness. Why? Because everybody is a creator. So if a community becomes a creator, they can create anything they want. They can create a community, they can create people in that, and they can navigate their own life, the navigates of others. It's all a responsibility. And if something goes little off track, the whole thing moves with that. Who's responsible? Community. But has it gone off? No, it's not gone off. That's not the dead end. Because this is part of the play. Everybody is experimenting with life. Don't we make choices in life? We make so many choices in life. Consequences, we have to face it. If I have two roads, left and right, and I'm thinking left to go right, if I make a decision I got to go left, then whatever happens, if there is a cliff there, if there is a leopard there, if there is a gutter there, is the consequence. I have to go through that. On the right, if I go, if there is a blockage there, or if there is a volcano there, or there, whatever is, there is a big river there, my challenges. So decision you make, whatever comes in that, you got to go through. That is how we are all undergoing something or the other. If communities make a decision, we are all part of the consequences. If individuals make a decision, we are all part of the consequences. If governments make a decision, we are all part of that consequences. Can you deny it? You can't deny it. The government says lock down, you have to lock yourself up. Even if you want freedom, you have no choice. Why? You're bound by that government. You're bound by that country. Similarly, everything, groups, communities, religions, anything, you are bound by it. When you become bound by it, you got to be a part of it, whether you like it or not. When you realize this, you are free. That is why the mystics, I always talk about the mystics. Why do we take inspiration from the mystics? This is all their grace that they show us this life, and they exponentially talk about this. They share their wisdom, this knowledge, deep knowledge. That's how we come to know about it. Otherwise, we would not even know. And look at the mystics very carefully. Do they belong to any religion? Do they have a caste? Do they have a name? Do they have a gotra? Do they have a community? Do they have a religion? Do they have any identity? Do they have country origin? You ask Mr. They don't even know which country they are in, because country is not in their idea. Country is the ego's creation. They don't have ego. Then there is no ego, there is no boundaries, it's no diversities, all oneness. You stand, a dog stands. They only see the souls in both. They can't identify you are a different species. That is a different species. You identified, we have told a dog is supposed to live there, human is supposed to live here, a dog is supposed to be treated this way, human is supposed to be treated this way, and that becomes our DNA, and we start treating each other that way. Communities fight against each other. We are supposed to be this way, they are supposed to be that way. It becomes our DNA, we get identified, we are caught up, and we begin the differentiation. The whole chaos is in our mind. Who created it? We ourselves, by the choices we make. So when you are born, everything is fixed, everything is ready made, everything is beautifully ready made there. You just have to enter out into the world, and the world will take care of you. The world will brainwash you, whitewash you completely, and the divine that you have come, because when you enter the womb, you are just divine. You are still in connection with the divine, even if you have karmas, whatever karmas you have, but you have been in that inter life, in a suspended state, in dimensions where you are reviewing your life. And those dimensions, you have your guides, you have your ascended masters who are guiding you and showing you the right thing. So there you are in very blissful consciousness. You are aware of who you are, but you have got a baggage, karma, you got to clear. But at that moment, all the baggage is settled aside, because you are dealing with who you are now. They have reminded you, all the great masters have reminded you, you are not that baggage. Please keep that aside for a while. You are this one. Do you remember? Oh, yes, I remember. So what happened? Oh my God, I don't know. I carried all this stuff. Where did this come from? Oh my God, why didn't I remember this? Hey, but last time you had told, this is you are supposed to do. Last time also we had the same talk, remember? Yeah, I remember. Now you can remember because you are in divine consciousness. There you forget. Yeah, this was pending, that was pending. I should have done this. Oh my God. And what they'll ask, what did you do and come? Oh my God. Now what? Now what? You have that baggage. You got to get rid of it. Energy cannot be created, nor it can be destroyed. It can be only, so that karma is, it cannot be destroyed that way. It can be only transmuted. So go down and transmute it into something positive and nullify it. Oh, you mean you have to do that again? Yes. How many times? Till the time you learn it. Until the time you remember yourself while doing it. That's what's awareness about. That's the gift of God, the grace of God, the awareness that you can remember while you are in the body and playing this game, that this is not a real game. When you remember that, you become activated. And what you are doing in the middle, in suspended there, in between lives with the divine masters, now you are doing with the physical body. So if you are doing there with certain guidance, they are there with you right now also. They were always there. Why do some know, some do not know? Because you are engrossed in your identities. In the ego consciousness is so deep, you have forgotten that. You don't want to even remember. If you have a certain awareness, if you develop awareness, you live in awareness, this heightened consciousness will tell you, oh, this is my life purpose. How can I forget this? This is my life purpose. This is the divine order. And why I am in chaos? I am creating chaos. I need to get back into divine order. The moment you say that, Devans, in this physical body, in this human body, means you have remembered that state even in this gross consciousness, which means your consciousness is expanded to that almost that state, and in that state, if you were in the vicinity of your ascended masters and guides and well-wishers, automatically they become available to you. Not that they just presented, they were always there, but I was not in tune because my consciousness was grosser. The moment I raise my consciousness and I become aware of their presence also. And that guidance which you got in between life, you start getting here also. Is that clear to you? Does that make sense to you? And the moment you start remembering, now you might say, no, I don't remember who I am. You don't have to remember all that. I don't remember what my past life. You don't have to remember. That's all nonsense. Even if you have had, you must be having hundreds and thousands of lives. If you have lived 10,000 lives, how relevant it is if you go and remember who you were in life number 786. How does that matter? Doesn't matter. You only are going to be concerned about the baggage that you have carried from all those 10,000 lives. What is pending now? Because if you don't clear that, you are going to have 10,001 life again, and it might go for another 10,000 years. There is infinite time. Nobody is in a hurry. The divine also is not in a hurry. In fact, they will not tell you also. You go on playing because it's all happening within. You even transfer from yugas to yugas, come to Satyuga again and take a look. Go on. That is why, dear ones, awareness is very important. Awareness keeps you always mindful. It keeps you reminded of who I am. It will not allow you to forget. My major purpose is to remind people all these videos are bakwas. Whatever I do, you just look into all the videos and the content that I form. At the end, towards the end of the content, you will always be reminded who you are. Your real purpose, don't forget that. It will come to that. Even in my personal sessions, what I do, it begins with all the worldly problems or their problem, this problem, but the root will be in that. And when they are reminded of that and when they see things from a different view, my God, the solutions are beautiful and even worthwhile. You feel like doing those solutions because otherwise it's boring, doing the same old crap again and again. So that's how it goes. Awareness can do wonders if we know. Awareness is, in the modern world, it is treated as very small thing. It is. It has got actually very downgraded names like mindfulness. Mindfulness, the Western world is teaching this same awareness. They are not even aware of what is this awareness about, and there is something called higher awareness in that which can enter you into what states. But nobody is bothered because even this awareness is being marketed for goodness. You buy this, you can get this. What? You can get peace of mind, you can get good night's sleep, you can become healthier, you can become wealthier, you can become abundant. These are the terminologies used for marketing this awareness. And what is awareness? You are that awareness. Our souls are marketed for that and for peanuts. Why peanuts? Because that is what sell. जो बिकता है वही बेचते हैं. Whatever is saleable, whatever as the demand, so the supply. This is marketing. Wherever the demands are there, supply will go there. So what is the demand right now? Peanuts. What do you want? I want abundance. I want peace of mind. I want to just peace of mind means not eternal peace. For the moment, peace of mind. Let me have shanti, thoda shanti. Why do you want shanti? I just want to sit alone, in peace. What? Why? There is so much work pending for me. So much of desires are there. I have to create that. I am unable to because of all this. So once I have peace of mind, I'll pick up another piece of crap so that I create more lack of peace for myself. And then see the loop that one goes into. And this sells very well in the market. People know you don't have sleep, insomnia. Come, we will give you sleep. Sleep nicely. They should put a nice lady sleeping cozily on a bed. Mindfulness advertisement. So if you don't have sleep, demand, supply, you'll be attracted towards that. Oh, I got to learn mindfulness. For what? So that I can sleep. All that very good. But there is something beyond that thing also. That sleep and that desires and that little peace of mind and that little health and the wealth and all that. Something beyond that. That's what I'm telling you. I don't mix these two terminologies. They say awareness and mindfulness is one. Not at all. Mindfulness is just being, and it is more like minding your own business. Mindfulness. You mind your own business and become full in that. It's selfish motive. Awareness is about everything. You are aware of yourself, you are aware about your surrounding, you are aware about the planet, you are aware about all the kingdoms, plant kingdom, animal, everything. Awareness spreads into everything. There is compassion for everything. Why? Because there is oneness of that spirit. That awareness shows you are not different from this, that. That's why it's important. So awareness can actually take you out of lot of issues. It can sort out all these small petty things also, but it will not let you forget your higher purpose. That is all my purpose. You see all these live also that I do. It will 100% have this content of who you are and where you are going. It will keep you reminded. So those who are on the path of liberation, those who actually are striving for that, will find these subjects interesting. These kind of videos interesting because that's their purpose. They realize that purpose. And somebody or something from outside, if it can keep them reminding, because they are forgetfulness. I keep forgetting in this chaotic world. Because the whole world is designed to keep you stuck in this. I'm sorry to say, even religions and spirituality, they keep you stuck in this. How many times have spirituality reminded you this is not what you're supposed to do? You do, you enjoy, that's fine, but every time you are not this. You enjoy, but you are not that. You sleep, but you are not the sleep. You eat rasgullas, but that's not your permanent satisfaction, what you're looking for. You hunt down many people and get married 10 times, but you experience all that. There is no papa or punya in that. Papa and punya are human definitions. They only create everything. They only do the sins and then they create merits and demerits. Then some say you must only marry once. Some say 10 times also you can marry. Who's right? They're all right according to their own faiths. That consciousness is not bothered about these plays. That is why it said bhav. The intention is important, not the karma what you do. The consequences of your karma also is depending on your intention, not the karma itself. If you go and steal something from somebody, rob something from somebody, the karma output is different. If a robber goes and steal, the karma output is different. A robber might be stealing because he knows nothing other but to survive him and his family. And the only thing that appeals to him, his level of consciousness, might be to go and steal. He is stealing. The level of karma, the consequences is so much. In ignorance. Same thing you do. It will be 1,000 times more. The consequence of that karma. Because in knowingness you are doing that. It's not your need but you are doing that. It's your greed. So it depends. Robbers also it depends. Two thieves are there. One is doing out of helplessness. Somebody is sick at home. And all that he or she knows is they need money and they do it hook or crook. Very little karmic consequences. Another thief is there, doing it out of greed. He has everything sufficient, but he wants more. Another level of consequences. It is the bhava that works, not the karma itself. That is why the great mystics talked straight to the point, the root. They'll give you only one drop. You have to expand that into an ocean, if you can, if you want. But Bhagavan Nityananda said, Bhava. Bhav, he is sab kuch re, he said. Sab kuch bhav re. See, sab kuch. You do whatever nonsense you want. You do whatever play of conscience, what you want. Whatever you do. Doesn't matter. Sab kuch bhav. How you navigate in that, what karma you create, how you suffer, how you go through, all depends on your bhava. See? The essence of life itself is revealed in that one sentence. Bhav re, he said re. Very casual form. He didn't say, Sab kuch bhav sahab. Sahab means you will get, oh, identity will strong. So he said, re, when you call a re, you dumbo, sab kuch bhav re. That's his expression. Marathi, re, and Hindi also. So the whole thing, whatever we do, is not so complicated. That's why people hate me, because I talk very simple thing. Because if I simplify things, spirituality is very simple. Anybody can do it anywhere. No, we need systems for that. Religions will go against this. Why they killed, crucified Christ? Because he thought, you fools, this is not so simple. It's not so difficult to gain to God. Just do these simple things. What he said, become a child to enter the kingdom of God. What does a child do? Purity and innocence. It doesn't know anything else. Simple. You see a child, it is not even aware of its body. It will sit naked also. It's not worried. It's not shy. Who will think? Because it has not developed that identity yet. The ego identity has not come. When ego comes, you try to hide. It has nothing to do. It's very free. Very joyful. What is inside, it will speak. It will not hide something. Oh, what will that person feel? Oh, what will people think of me? If it wants to cry, it will cry. If it wants to laugh, it will laugh. If it is angry, it will become angry. But for that shana, that moment, next moment it's changed. You're not holding on to something. You've moved on. The child moves on. With this quality and simplicity. Simply, not complicated. It wants something, it will say, give me that. Whatever your timetables are, whatever your laws are, it will go into a guest's house. You behave there very nicely. In a guest etiquettes, you got to behave, manner. You can keep on treating the children. But if that child is not yet gone, it's a toddler or something, it will go and do anything nonsense it wants. It will go and grab something which you are not supposed to. It might cough, it might fart, it might do anything which you might not do, because that's etiquettes, manners. Child is not bothered. It's natural and spontaneous. That is why Jesus said, become a child to enter the kingdom of God. And why was he killed? Because he said this. Hey, how can you make it so simple? No. Wait, we have got complicated system here. Let us introduce all these things, so-called religion. So where we can keep people in control. You offer them greed and you offer them punishment, fear. To keep them motivated, offer them gifts like, you will go to heaven. And to keep them in fear, be careful of me. Don't go against my word. Don't go against the system. You will go to hell. You put fear into that. And a person who has not awakened to its own identity, knowing that it itself is that God, will fall victim to these both. Depending on their vasanas. If they are greedy, they will fall for heaven and they will become religious. If they are fearful, insecure, they will easily fall for it because they are scared. Okay, whatever you tell me, your will be done, not thy will be done. Not God's will, your will. So there is a body now regulating it. And these systems were very strong. That is when this simple man called Jesus walked the streets of Galilee in his torn robes. Emperors are decorative, very ornamental. Emperors are sitting on the throne and giving big advices. You see their gold and see their dresses and robes and all that. and their thrones, crowns and thrones. That's what gives them power. Power of that control. And one man in torn robes and a sandal and a long beard and so-called good for nothing, the son of a carpenter. His father is a carpenter who was born in a tabela where cows are grazing, he was born. This such a cheap fellow. He is coming and telling the people, it's so simple. Get hold of him. Get rid of him. Because he will spoil our dynasty, our empires. And that's what they did precisely. And that's what many mystics have been persecuted for speaking the truth. Because the truth is so simple. And people are fools because they like complicated stuff. Because it is in their DNA to believe that it's not so easy. How can it be so easy? Imagine from the time you are having your first breath out of the womb, you are even told when to cry and when not to cry. If you don't feel like crying, they'll bang your buttocks upside down, put you up and cry. That's the ritual here. You have to cry if you have come, and then you put your lungs out. You didn't want to cry, but they made you cry. When the moment you came out, it began. Conditioning began. Mercilessly. Victims. And who are those parents and who are those doctors? Who are those people who are doing all that? Victims of conditioning. That's all that they know. They know just that. They're not doing anything wrong. They are doing right as per their understanding. Can you get the catch of what I'm talking about? If you're with me, you'll understand. The whole catch you'll understand of everything, life around you. That's why the whole system, the whole worldly system is completely engulfed in this Maya, this illusion, which he says is very difficult to get out. Lord Krishna said how difficult it is to get out of that Maya. The remedies are not difficult, but the clutches of that Maya is so difficult. That doesn't make you understand simple things. Because that Maya makes you feel, no, it's not. Look at the crowd, man. What are you talking? Are you nuts? Look at the crowd. Look at the majority, what they're doing. And who you are talking something different. Christ had some followers, 12 people walking with him all the time. Look at him and his fools. The entire empire is listening to us. The citizens, everybody listened to us. And who are these little? Slowly they saw that, Jesus was getting attracted and there were crowds sitting and listening to these talks and all that. So that time also they said, what? Fool's paradise. And then suddenly that momentum picked up. From a few, it became 500, 1,000. Then they saw suddenly Jesus sitting on the mount giving a sermon. Jesus and his disciples expected around 50, 60 people to come that day. They said it's only, and they made bread and fish they had brought for 50, 60 people. And go to see, the whole hill is flooded because they are now going in search of Jesus. And he's sitting on that mount and giving the sermon. What sermon? These simple talks, what I'm telling you, not big talks. In Bible language, it's all complicated. It's all, people have again done it according to their free will. But if you sit and decode it, very simple teachings. The Mount Sermon, the Gospel of the Mount Sermon, the teachings of the Mount Sermon, this has been spoken in depth by many mystics, especially the Ramakrishna order. The Mount, the Sermon on the Mount of Jesus, you go and Google it, Sermon on the Mount. That sermon that he gave, where thousands of people just flocked in, it lured them, and he gave that sermon, and the people were disappointed. Oh, Master, what to do? Thousands of people have come and we have just 50, 60 people's bread and fish. And he said, worry not. Those who take the one that takes care of everything will take care of that. Why are you worried? You do your duty. Let me do mine. And when that happened, the people settled down and they listened and everything. Jesus just said, go and distribute it. How? Don't question, just go and distribute. Have faith. He just said, have faith. And the disciples went around distributing and they saw it's never ending. It's coming one out of one. Everybody was well fed that day. I'm not talking about the miracle. I'm talking about that faith in the divine order, even in the chaos. In the chaos, the whole empire was in chaos. The Romans were behind him, all those things. All chaos. But he had more strength and more faith in the divine order. There is a divine order in that chaos. That divine order was functioning through all those activities. Remember, anything that takes you back to your source is coming from the divine order, because that is the divine order. That is the reset factory reset setting. You are that. You have gone out of track and now you have lost yourself. All that you need is a reset. So any modality, anything that comes and reminds you or gets you into that reset mode is in that divine order. Anything that distracts you and takes you further to more complications and more indulgence and falling into that death and birth cycle is not the divine order but part of the chaos. So what I'm trying to say is, we get to choose. Does a life become chaotic, or does it go and fall into the divine will? Divine will is surrender. I'm not talking this only on this session. You will see same similarity what I'm saying, free will and divine will. Same thing. Why am I saying we must reduce? I am not saying give up your free will. I have not done that yet. There is a certain amount of free will still there. Ego consciousness is still there, but I am not guilty or brooding about it. Because I know it will go. Because if so far I have come and so much has gone, I have trust in the divine that the rest also will go. That's how our approach should be to life. Practical spirituality. We know we have our own flaws, we have our own shortcomings. It's okay. There's nothing to hide also. What is there to hide? If you have a shortcoming, if you have a flaw, let people know. Let the world know about it. If you are a little crooked, let them know. If you speak lies, let them know. What's that? You will have the confidence and freedom to be yourself. I'm telling you. If you try to hide your flaws, everywhere you will walk like a Mr. Perfect. You'll have a certain attitude, and then, because you are trying to be always like perfect or robotic. That's adaptance. You are adapting to something which is unnatural. And the more you adapt to that, the more you become that duplicate, the fake personality, without your knowing also. You can't be free. I'm telling you, I've seen so many diplomatic guys, because I've traveled with the so-called great ones. I've been in flights together, and everywhere there's a diplomacy. Oh, can you get me this one glass of water, please? Arey bol na pani peene ko do. They'll come and give you. Why all that formalities? Why all that the thing? So even if there is an itch, they will do like this. They have khujlified here. They have scratched it, but they've done it very diplomatically. Hurry, what happens? Just scratch like this, no? What goes? These are false identification that we fall to when we try to become something. Because what we are trying to do, we are trying to become Mr. Perfect or Miss Perfect everywhere, and it's so bothersome. I'm telling you, it's very bothersome, because you have to carry that weight of all that armors and ornaments that you put in, so many masks you have to carry it, and then you have to be very careful. Last time what mask I had used here, it said that if you say lies, you got to now protect yourself. Most dangerous, if you are in a habit of lying is not true, right? You lie something here, and what happens is human memory says you forget it. You lie something, and next time you come across the same person and you might tell something new, they'll tell, last time though you had told this. You're stuck. You're stuck in your own web. So what is better? Being bindas, being free, what you are, expressing, talking, behaving. Let the world know you are imperfect. And which world is perfect? Nobody is perfect. When you understand this, nobody is perfect. Even the greatest and mighty ones I've seen, nobody is perfect. They all have flaws. But it's only even the mystics, I'm telling you, the great mystics, I've come across so many. But they are real authentic saints because they tell their flaws. I was there many times with Vijayanand Swami. He's so childlike. Even a mistake happens with him something. He'll do like this. In Kannada, he'll tell me, "Oh, hingagoitu. Oh, I did this," and I laugh. Okay. What to do now? Simplicity. There is no hiding even in showing that I have done something wrong. When you know that, you are so free. I'm telling you, you can go anywhere and be yourself. That's why I tell again, be yourself. Everything that I'm sharing here on all these platforms, all these small videos, nudges, all are connected to this main source. All those little tidbits are there, this problem, that issue, handling life this way, that way. That's all simply a camouflage for me, at least, because I connect ultimately to this source. So when I say be yourself, you can see now where it is connecting to. Be yourself the way you are. Accept yourself the way you are. Don't be worried about what the people think about you, and have the courage to be yourself. You cannot be yourself if you don't have the courage. I am telling you. How can you be yourself if you don't have the courage to speak the truth, to openly admit whatever you have to admit? If you are always scared, because who does not admit? Who's scared of what log kya kahenge? What will people think of me? Means that's a very strong false identity of being, I am this one. What now people will think about this one? I have to maintain this one. See, can you catch that? What can be maintained? What is false only can be maintained. So much of struggle is there all the time, and you're suffocated. You're tired all the time. See, people are so tired. I've been to office tired. I went to my friend's place tired. I went to a party tired. Arey, you gone to a party and tired? I went to a meditation camp tired. Everywhere there's an identity we carry. So it's so heavy. Even if you go to spiritual groups, there also everybody has their identities. I used to laugh literally. Laugh inside, huh? It's a joke. People don't know what they're doing. It's what Jesus said. And people are killing him on the cross. He said, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they're doing. So it's like that, you see all this even in spirituality, and it's like, oh God, forgive them. They don't even know what they're doing. Go to tell, that's a different thing. They'll kill you. But they don't even know. That awareness is not there. Because that false has become so strong in that identity. This is our way. This is the way it should be. And there's no other thinking. That to penetrate into that concrete only, it's become so concrete that identification has become very concrete. It's very difficult. Never fall for that. I'm telling you. Individually, I'm telling you. What people do is their wish. I'm telling as an individual, you've got to be very aware of this. When you build identities around you, be very careful, because you are getting into a big trap, and that trap you only will have to sit and unwind. Is there anybody else going to do? Nobody will come to your rescue. So it is better you rescue yourself through awareness. Become aware of every single thing. That's why I say all these deep shadows what we have, all these false identities, become aware, have the courage to face that. Don't keep it pending and say that no. First I'll deal with my meditation and then I'll deal with that. That day will never come. This is spontaneous living. You are observing yourself 24/7. If there's a glitch, there is a glitch. Admit it. Admit it not to the world. Admit it to yourself and make some corrective changes. That is evolution, my dear. Evolution will not come by sitting for meditation 10 times a day or 2 hours a day. Any number of years you sit, it will not happen. Because these patterns have to change. Patterns of chaos has to change. Until you align to the divine order, it's not going to change. What is going to happen with meditation? 2 hours you sit in meditation, come back, your patterns are going to run your life anyways. So 2 hours of whatever happiness you got, or whatever pretension, whatever you assumed is a blissful state or something peaceful state, many don't get it, but they like to assume that, because there is that ego to say, oh, I have done 2 hours of sadhana, then there's something to for me to carry forward. Even my own, I have to even convince myself it's a success. Otherwise, I'm a fool. I've been doing this for so long, and if I say it's no, that's not no. Let me believe it's going on. It's good. It's all good. Sadhana is good. The tapas is good. Meditation is good. But only if ultimately at the end of the day you are seeing you are aligning yourself slowly towards the divine will, divine order. If it is getting more and more chaotic, who has to question that? Somebody from outside cannot come and question you. You have to question yourself. You have to find out what is it that's going wrong. It's not that the path is wrong. It's not that the techniques are wrong. No, that they are all meant to dissolve the wrong abstracts within us. That's why I'm saying in awareness, when you do it, why you are doing, you should be aware. You should be fully aware. Yesterday I made a video, why I do what I do. I am fully aware why I do what I do. Fully aware. Anytime anybody asks me, I can give crystal clear clarification on what I'm up to. We should all have that, whatever we are doing in life. You should be crystal clear. Why am I doing? Even if I am doing meditation, why am I doing? You should have crystal clear clarity. Okay, this is the end result that I'm looking for. So when you have your concentration on that, so when your mind is concentrated on that, and the focus, the awareness of this is the outcome that I look by the end of this meditation session, or the end of a week or month or a lifetime, whatever. This is what I do. Then those methods will work miraculously, powerfully. If awareness is not there, they are just monotonous. They'll just give ego satisfaction that I have done something. And if somebody asks, are you a regular practitioner? Yes, I do every day, 2 hours. Quality of that? Let me think. I don't know. I don't think it's working. Many say this. Many feel frustrated because they feel that external things should do. You do it anyhow. You just have to on it, and it's like a shower. You on the shower, you expect yourself to get wet and clean. You stand under the shower and you on the shower and you expect yourself to be clean. No, you got to take your clothes off first. And then you got to rub yourself and scrub yourself and apply whatever soap or whatever. You have to do the cleaning yourself. Water will keep flowing. That is how it's called bathing. The process of bathing is that. Process of meditation also is that. You should be aware, and your activity, your involvement also should be there. Without your involvement, you cannot have a full bath in the bathroom. Even if you on the pipe, you'll get wet, that's all. You'll not get clean. There's a difference. Getting wet and getting clean, there's a big difference. So getting clean is what we are talking here about. For that, our involvement also is there. Whatever you call, even grace you call that, it will not work without your involvement. Bhagavan Ramana said this very clearly. How does the grace work? Somebody asked him.
Sir, path, sir.
हाँ वहाँ रख दो यार,
हाँ सर,
वहाँ रख दो.
अमाउंट पे करना है सर.
हाँ कितना गए? जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट.
सर 500 है.
हाँ
सर कैश करेंगे ऑनलाइन? कैश कैश.
संडे भी है क्या? संडे.
हाँ सर.
अच्छा ठीक है, थैंक यू. Sorry, that was a courier guy here. Okay, if we have been aware, can anybody remind me what we were just talking? I'll look into the chat box now. Anna Vespa says, divine order in oneness. From oneness, we fall into separation because of Maya, the power of illusion of mind. The same is in Christian tradition. In the Bible, Adam and Eve in the paradise, Eden is oneness, serpent is Maya, power of illusion of the mind that pushes them into separation. Once they have fallen into separation, they are thrown out of paradise, and by entering into separation, they forget the divine order of oneness and chaos of life. Salute to you. You got that brilliantly fine. Brilliantly, you got it. I don't know if you are a Christian. Anna Vespa. Ma'am, are you a Christian, by the way? If you are, then you are a true Christian. You are a true Christian. You got it perfectly right. See, this is what I'm trying to bring out. All the scriptures talk about the same oneness, same eternal truth. There is no difference. Christianity, Islam, Hinduism. If you have the ability to become aware and go deeper than what is there and decode it, you will get this message that it is all coming from the one source. And when you are convinced with this, there is no doubt about having any doubt about oneness. We are all one. All religions are one. I speak from that conviction. I have studied the Islam very closely that way. I have studied this Bible that way. And what Anna is saying is perfectly fine here. There is a story of Adam and Eve, two nude. Adam is nude, Eve is nude, and they are in the Garden of Eden. It's known as paradise. That's how the story unwinds the story. The Bible unwinds the story. You are in Garden of Eden, and they are only two, living very happily. But only thing, they both are blind. Blind couple. Blind couple, but living in bliss. They can do anything they want in that Garden of Eden. So God, so called, it's a story, okay, created for us to understand deeper. God tells them, you can have anything you want here. You will have peace, contentment, bliss, everything is there. All fruits you can have, anything, however you want to live life, live. You have that freedom. But conditions apply. You must not eat the fruit of that tree. One particular tree is there, that apple or whatever. You should not eat that. Rest, anything you can do. Now see, the minds also, whenever we say do anything but that, you will want to do that only. You will see that only as big, which is nothing, a small but, which you should not do. So if you tell a child, you go anywhere in this house, but don't go into that room, you will see the child will stand and stare at that room only, what is there, and it is more curious. It wants to go there. Like Swami Vijayananda was telling that day, if it is a white wall, we don't see the white beauty and we can't appreciate the white wall. But one dot, one speck of blackness is there, we go, hey, wipe it out, wipe it out. See, your attention has gone towards one spot, you are not seeing the whole whiteness. So Garden of Eden is like that. One condition applied, don't do that. And all the time, that is now moving in the mind. And they are blind. They can't even see where is the fruit or whatever. Now, because they are blind, and when they are standing one day near a tree, that same tree, forbidden tree it is called in Bible, a serpent comes down, a snake, and offers them the fruit to Eve. And Eve is tempted to take that, the feminine. See, it is masculine and feminine, huh, there. And it eats the fruit. And it says, it's so delicious. And it thinks, she thinks, oh my God, Maybe this is why God had forbidden. See, it is the most sweetest and most tastiest fruit I've ever had in my life. So delicious. So now he goes and convinces the other half, Adam. Adam says, no, we are not supposed to do that. You don't know. And God has asked us not to do this. He knows the taste, so tasty it is. She convinces and he eats. When they eat, their eyes open and they can see each other. This is what you took me back to my school days where I was taught by the teacher, and I used to have all kind of thoughts of, fantasies about Adam and Eve moving there nude and then eating this fruit, the snake coming. I had all this imagination and how Adam was Eve convinced, and then suddenly they got eyes, and first thing that they noticed that they were nude and they ran to the bushes. The Bible says they ran to the bushes and hid themselves because the first time they felt nakedness. And then God came. As though God came to know, some kahin ghanti baja, and he alarm, fire alarm, thief alarm, something, and God comes there and says, so you have sinned, you have gone against my this, and then thunders and lightning and all the dramatic events, dhadam dhudum. And then he condemns, you have disobeyed me, now you are no more entitled to be in this paradise, get out from here. And so they were kicked out, both were kicked out of the paradise of Eden because they disobeyed God and ate the forbidden fruit. And then they came to another plane, and then they began having their own existence, and then they had their own life, and they went on, and then the story goes on that how the things got worsened and worsened, and then crimes happening and so on. So it went on. All the stories goes on from there. So that's the catch. Okay, Anna says, thank you. I was born Christian. Later, I got interested in Hindu tradition. Later, I've discovered the traditions come from the same source. That's beautiful. So, you are ending your life in a very good conclusion. Ending your life doesn't mean your life is going to end. I mean to say, the conclusion, the purpose of your life is served there. Got it? Anitaji says, till whatever practice we are doing is taking us to oneness, that is, we are not just getting wet, but actually cleaning and purification is happening. We need to reconsider our practice. Yeah, definitely. That is where we do all this trial and errors. We come to know that certain things are not working, then we must have the audacity to look at it in a different perspective. That is how I've looked at things. I'm not looking at one thing only and opening. If the door is locked, if the door is closed, I won't spend my entire lifetime knocking that door. Simple as that. Many people want to break open that door because that's all they know. I will simply move to another door, another perspective, or perhaps even go and peek through the window. Perspective must change. That is called adaptability. We adapt according to situation. We are not a robotic being that remain in one. That is belief system. You're conditioned. This is the way and this is the thing. Then you are adamant to be that way. There are die-hard Christians. There are die-hard Islamic followers. There are die-hard Hinduists also. Die-hard. That is that Kattarpandi fanatic. This is nothing else. I'm not open to anything. Fine. That is like, even if the door closes, you bang open that door and go. But you will make it happen through that. That's not divine order. Banging open and crushing a door and going, it's all chaos. So much of chaos. Divine order is spontaneity. A door is, we have seen the video games. When people are running and moving, it moves from this way, and where there is opening, if the door is open, it will go there. And it will pass to the next room. But if it goes to a door which is locked or sealed, it cannot go, it will keep bumping there. Now what is the wiseness? It has to move towards the openness. It cannot keep, otherwise the game will never end. You see the automatic robots that we give key or automatic operated stuff. If it is automatic without any remote control also, you leave it. It will go and dash, and then it will slowly change its course and move. The small vehicles, if you see, that is spontaneity. That's moving in divinity. That's divine order. If certain thing is not supposed to happen, that's not order. But you want to break through that only, it's chaos. That is what happens when religions try to break each other. No other way. This is the way. Chaos happens. You can see all the chaos in the world. Yeah, so what we were talking about Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve is not a creature that was the two people that were living there naked in some garden. It indicates the masculine and feminine, the yin and yang, the Shiva and the Shakti, the two aspects. And that blindness means till you have closed your eyes to the illusions of the senses, you are in blissful state, you are in paradise, you are in Satchidananda, you are in Vaikunta, you are in Shivalok, you are in Brahmapuri, whatever you call it, you are in heaven, whatever you call it, you are in Jannat, whatever you call it. Every religion talks about the same. Till the time the serpent is nothing but Maya, as she said. It indicates the Kundalini Shakti also, the serpent. So from the forbidden tree, it brings out that forbidden fruit. Fruit is Maya. It opens your senses, to the sensual activities, the pleasures, the desires. And see, she tasted, Eve tasted it and said, so wonderful, so beautiful, I have never tasted it. That's what pleasure do. Don't we get stuck in pleasures, saying that this is so powerful? And we want to enjoy that. And all our karma and pain and suffering and turmoil that we are going is that, the fruit of that, which was forbidden, not in divine order. Chaos has come from where? Egos, our big egos, great people. We know everything. We don't know everything. We bump our, and all the time we are suffering. Just imagining that we are great beings, foolish people. And that fruit which we eat, suddenly you can see the eyes opened. When the eyes opened, you have opened your eyes to duality. They were in non-dual state. They didn't know where is Adam, where is Eve, where is the tree, where is God. Nothing. Nothingness was there. And in that nothingness there was blissfulness. They were blissful. But the moment they came in touch with the Maya, their eyes opened to all the division, diversity. Oh, Eve is there, I am here, God is there, serpent is there, tree is here. And suddenly you look at her body, identification, ego identification. I go to hide my naked body. Suddenly there's, what did I say? Child doesn't have identification. It's okay being naked also. But those who have identified, they have shame. Adam and Eve shows that. Suddenly they go and hide themselves in the bushes. Means they become fake. Till now they were living. Freedom. What did I say? Freedom. You can move freely. Otherwise, now you get, your life becomes limited. Under the bushes, try to hide yourself. And that is what means by God expelled them out of the Garden of Eden. Get out from here. You don't deserve this place. Means you are not bound to be in the oneness. You are not bound to be in the non-duality, Advaita. You go down to Dvaita because you have now fallen into diversities. Who asked you? I had warned you. I had warned you that dualities will catch you. That's hell. Through that Maya, that fruit, I had warned you not to eat that fruit, but you loved it. The pleasure is so much. You loved it. You not only ate it yourself, but you made other also sin. That is how we do. Don't we do it as parents, for example? We are parents and we have fallen stuck in all kind of nonsense. How do we bring up our children? We also get them into the nonsense. We also give them the fruit. That is how Eve gave the fruit, forbidden fruit. We give the forbidden fruit to our children. And all get expelled out from that heaven. From non-duality, everybody goes farther from God. Can you see that irony? And so both were expelled. Adam and Eve. God said, go, your place is not in non-duality. You can't, in this place, you can't have these differences. You are there, I am here. Differences go down. Duality, go to the dual planes. What is the dual plane? Earth plane. So from heaven they were sent to earth, they said. See how simple it is. Earth plane is dual plane. Polarity is there, always duality is there. Higher planes of existence, non-duality, which I always speak. And we are heading there, I always remind you. fifth dimension, sixth dimension, seventh dimension. We are going there. So to go there, we have to have this non-dual qualities here if we want to even become ready to go there. If not, enjoy diversities. And what is diversities? Pain and pleasure. All the time you will have little pleasure. The moment you have pleasure, you are bound to have pain because that is a law of duality. You don't want it, you want to go to the Garden of Eden, then learn to become blind to the illusions of the world. Don't eat the forbidden fruit anymore. Stop eating that fruit, the fruit of all these desires. The faster you do it, the faster you ascend to that place. You become worthy again, back into the Garden of Eden. See how simple the Bible is. And what different is it talking? Now people understood the story in different ways because I as a child was taught Christianity, it is some other nonsense only. Some other stuff only it is completely. It has nothing to do with this. So it's not a surprise for me to see that so many people are getting distracted. And that Kattrapanthi, our God says this, your God is saying that, array, your God, my God is one God only. Stories are different. You have interpreted it in different ways. Are you seeing how simple it is? That is why Jesus was crucified, because he was trying to explain how simple this is, what you fools are doing. What are you fools fallen up for? It's not so difficult. Simple things you got to do in life to reach to that God. And he just said, you shall not reach that God unless you go through me. And they said, how mean is he? Blasphemy. He's claiming himself to be God and God's child and all that. And only through him the way. No, he said, if you want to reach that state of consciousness, supreme consciousness, the Param Tattva, you have to get into this Christ consciousness because this is a purified consciousness. So when you become me, you become like me, you become a Christ, automatically you ascend and become the child of your Father who is in heaven. So he said, you can go only through me. Only through me. Only means the only option is to become Christ consciousness, which Krishna said, Krishna consciousness. What Krishna said was, I am everything. He also said the same thing. So the message is very, very clear, crystal clear in all these things. If you don't understand, that is chaos. Eating the fruit, going towards those senses will keep you more diversified, and more diversified you are, the more you lose your touch with your real source. The more you lose touch in the real source, more you move away from divine order, divine will. With your free will, with your own independence, you take these opportunities, and once you get into that, you have diversities. As many diversities, so much of chaos. That is why when people say my life is chaotic, I think I should refer them to this video now. Very clear. Now you'll understand what is chaos. Where is that chaos coming from? The outer world? No. It's coming from the inner world. It's completely from the inner world. My reflection of how I see things. That's why I say, even in the chaos is a divine order. There is a certain divine order that is existing even in the chaos. You should have the tendency, you should have the ability to catch that divine order. How will you have the tendency to catch the divine order? By getting into awareness. The moment you become awareness, suddenly you see a divine will floating in the chaos. And when you see the grid of divine will in clarity in the chaotic world, you will automatically be hopeful. You will automatically become divinely positive. You will know that though there is so much of illusion, there is these strings also, which if I move on that grid, I will move on that path, away from the chaos. So that is your first hope. That is the first positive thing that you will see. That is why the mystics remain undisturbed in this world. Even Christ remained undisturbed. That is what we can learn through all that turmoils, all that chaos. So much of chaos happened. Was he chaotic? He was still. Buddha, so much of chaos, so much of accusation, so much of things happening. Was he chaotic? Still. So much people spat on him. Vijayan Swami was telling the other day, so many people were spitting on him, and he was still. There are other stories also where the saint has bath and comes out and somebody spits on him. It's Buddha's story only. He goes back to the river, has another dip and comes back again. Again they spit on him. Again he goes back. Again. This goes on for dozens of times until the spitter is tired. I think his salivary glands might have dried up. And then the disciples get offended. And they say, what the hell, you stopped us, otherwise we would have slapped that guy. Beaten him black and blue. How dare you do that? Spit you. So Buddha says at that time, if you are in your house and if you have invited guests in your house and if guests come to you into your house and you have cooked food and you offer food to the guests, and let's say the guests don't take your food and say, I don't want, who will eat the food? You yourself have to eat it because the guests have denied it. So Buddha said, I just denied the food, let them eat it. So that anguish and things which were going on, which was being dumped on him, he did not accept it. When he did not accept it, it went back. They had to have it, and see that will create more turmoil in a person. But this person is still in that awareness. Why? Because he is completely. We are not Buddha, okay, but we are looking at these examples, trying to be that. What was Buddha? He was established in that grid of divine will, divine order, even though there is chaos around him. This I have told in many times in my life, where chaos happened in my life, in and around my life. The more I indulged in it, the more trouble I caused to myself. The more I went into suffering. The moment I let it go and I said, let whatever happen, happen. I'm not going to control anything, anybody, nothing. I'm just going to focus on my life, my purification, my journey, my liberation. That's all. Let whoever want to take their decision, take their decision. The moment I said that, everything fell in place. I'm assuring this happened 2 years back. Everything just fell in place. All the distractions, all the obstacles just vanished out of me. All the people who were trying to destroy me or try destroy my peace of mind or not allowing me to do what I'm doing or simply hammering me on different things, all just vanished. Why? Because the divine will, the divine grid was caught and then you just stayed calm. That is what gives me even the conviction today, even though I feel harassed by so many elements. Yesterday I got many mails and this messages. One of them was like literally in tears and all that. Oh, this is happening. This shouldn't. You don't worry. You take care. I said, don't worry. I know how to take care. In that spell of moment, yes, I am reactive. All those things are there. But next moment, I know I am back into my awareness. I will hold on to the divine grid only, divine will, and that makes me forget that and move to the next moment without brooding over that. If that brooding was there, I wouldn't have done this live here today. I slept well, got up well, and just looked into some notes and came and sat here. That's all. Simple as that. So this will happen. This will happen the more we trust the divine will than any other outside. Because outside we don't know. I have seen outside world, whenever you go outside, it has got its own conditioning and it all is depending, running on its own free will, and we don't know whose free will is what and what all that. We never know. So most of the time there was misalignment in my thinking, understanding. That is why people run from one religion to the other, one community to the other, one master to the other. They keep running because they feel यहाँ नहीं है वहाँ होगा, वहाँ नहीं है वहाँ होगा, and they look at the surrounding. उसको मिला है तो मुझे भी मिलेगा, इसको मिला है तो मुझे भी, and they try to repeat that. It will not happen. Everybody is different. All the paths work. All religions work. The ideology, the truth is, what works for you, you have to find out that. If a certain master works for you, fantastic. Stick on with it and do it. Do it in full awareness. If a certain path works for you, do it in full awareness. Don't look back. Do it in awareness. All I am teaching you is not changing paths. I am teaching you awareness, the same awareness that you can use in any path or religion. That's all. You go with this kind of openness and awareness and see, everything will work. Any system will work. It depends on what your systems are conditioned on, what your belief system is, how your conditioning is. And all this will happen because we are all having different condition, different faiths. I told you, from the time you open your mouth, from the womb, you are born, you get the first slap from the doctor. And ruthlessly, then you're disconnected from there. And if you don't cry, upside down, your legs are rolled, and your bums, you get slaps. Why? Because the world is that way. You got to cry here. You have to come here. Arey, this is a Rona Dona wala jaga. How can you stay blissful? How can you be without crying? We are all crying here. Cry with us. Then only we know that you are alive. And the poor child is shocked to death. Doesn't know why the hell have I come? Why the hell have I come here? That's what I was telling. In between lives, you know who you are. Even the child, when the newborn is born, for the first 6 months, it completely is aware who it is. First 6 to 8 months, it completely knows that I am this soul, this is my karma, I came from this past life, this is what I was supposed to learn, and all these nuts around me are connected to me in this manner. Last life, this happened. Now, my God, the same drama is going to play. That is when the child weeps. Why does a child have to weep? If you see, there is no logic in understand. I believe there is a doctor here, gynecologist again. Can you tell if there is any difference? Can you anybody make me understand why is it needed for a child to cry while they are born? Is it something psychologically like they are gasping for air? They got to do it. So you got to. I've been told it's like expand your lungs when you cry. Your lungs expand, and then that first breath. I don't know, because I have seen children who are born very blissful, very simple. I know of children who have, even especially in today's era, if you see, children don't cry. Many parents say this. Children are not like before. They cry. No, now they're because the children are more awakened. Even if they are seeing their karma, they know, okay, I have to go through this mess. This is my own creation. And then it knows everything. If you observe the children, sometimes they are looking into blankness and they weep and weep and weep and weep and weep, and parents try to do everything. They try to give it a toy, sometimes they try to feed it milk. Oh, it has got a stomach ache, something. People run around here and there, but they simply can't stop the child. You know why? Because the child is aware. At those moments, the child is aware of the mountains, the heaps of karma that's awaiting. It is knowing the pains of having a human birth, and it knows the challenges at that time. Sometimes it just is aware of the past karmas and the present karmas, and sometimes it is helpless looking at the situations. Very helpless. I remember when I was having this divorce, and my the people came, and they went off, and my child also went off. One night before, around evening time, the child began crying so terribly, so deeply, that it was not at all coming into control for anybody. The wife, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, everybody is doing this, that, not stopping. And it is only staring at one place. I could see it. I could see it. It's just 4 months old. It's staring at one blank space and weeping and weeping and weeping. Now people will say that some ghostly stuff, and nothing of that sort. It is aware. I could see that that one knew that the next day this is going to happen. The separation is going to happen, because it has never cried in all that 4 months that badly one day before. So it's aware. The soul is aware of what's going to happen, but it's so helpless because prarabdha. So what I am telling is, when you move through life in complete awareness, when you are aware of all these things, you have risen about it. Then you are rising about it. Otherwise, you are going to go into chaos, more and more chaos. Identifying the grid is the catch. The whole secret is in identifying the grid. Where is the grid? And you will not know in a state of ignorance. If you are in an ignorant state, it will never be noticed. You have to come into a state of awareness where you can go. And the more and more we practice this non-duality and the tattvas of the higher tattvas, the more we are aligning to higher dimension. That is called fourth dimension, fifth dimensions. Everybody has this big dream of going into fifth dimension, but nobody wants to give up diversities. It will not happen. It's not going to happen. If people cannot give out their jealousy, their envy, their egos, their fears, their hatred, their boundaries, and their selfishness and all that, forget all this heaven and forget all this higher dimension. Nothing. You are going to loop down here only again and again. Punarabi janmam, punarabi maranam. Going to happen again and again. So if somebody is interested in that, I am not talking about changing the world. Let the world go to wherever it gone. I am talking about you. You are interested in getting out of this whole drama. You work on this. You raise your consciousness. You'll see the benefits, the gifts coming. You'll be able to glide through all these things aram se. You will have good health, good sleep, good peace of mind, content. You'll be cheerful all the time. You'll not be groggy and brooding all the time with sulky, drawn faces down all the time. Negativity in you. It will not be there. Which is liberating more? This is more liberating. And you know something forward. Your fears will go off. All kind of fears that you have. My this, my that, my death. Everything will go off. You don't care about anything. Isn't that freedom? You can live in freedom. And when people look at you in that freedom, they want to become that. That's where we nourish each other. Anitaji said probably because they can't speak, that they are breathing and crying ensures that their lungs are working fine. Oh. Okay. Maybe, but I don't, you put a smile after that, so I don't think that's convincing. You are convinced. I don't know. Just saying. Because then if that is the condition, there are so many children now born very nicely, calmly, nothing happens. So I don't know if that is a parameter, but anyways. Anna says, why from oneness we are compelled to fall into separation? Sri Krishna said, the Lord is seated in the heart of all beings, turning all beings mounted upon a machine by his Maya. See, these are all fundas. You can go into scriptures, what the Lord said, all fine. But if you understand the science, you won't need the scriptures also. It's very clear. It's very, very crystal clear. The oneness and the separation. I don't know. I think you entered late, Anna. If you go to the start, I've explained how the process happens. The creation happens and how the split happens and how the ego identification from when it begins and how then people have their own identity, then communities and religions, how they are created. It goes on. So the more farther you are going, the more you are going into chaos. You are not in divine order. So the whole spiritual journey, all the spirituality region, everything is to bring you into that divine order so that you remember who you are and you start moving in the right direction instead of going in the opposite direction, so that eventually you reach back to that goal and you are saved from this misery of pain and pleasure. Sri Krishna said, this is my divine Maya of gunas. It is hard to overcome. Those cross beyond it approach me. Perfectly fine. What Sri Krishna said is, this is my divine Maya. See, divine play of consciousness. That's what I said. Where do we get stuck in the play? Now the player, the creator, is enjoying the play. He has nothing to do with your suffering. You will say, it's my suffering, oh my God, Lord, where are you? You are looking and you look at Lord and Lord is smiling at you. You will say, what kind of injustice is that? You give me pain and you're smiling, he still smiles. Because you have not realized that he has not given you pain. You have only created it. He will not sit and explain to you also. Because it's just a witnesser. And why he is witnessing and not answering you or not interested in you? Because he knows it's a play. He is just playing that. No, it's in his consciousness only all that is happening. And the moment the play is over, it will all wrap up into him, back to him. It's gone. All the poof, it's vanished. Where are you? Where is my pain? Where is my me, mine? All gone. I'll give you a very clear example of how you look at this practically. The Maya, how to look at Maya, very, very practically. Gunas and all come in Maya. These are all Maya. Even the anything that you do, positive also is all Maya. The yoga, the breath work, it's all a part of Maya only. See, that is why the highest teachings are in the teachings of Bhagavan Maharishi, Ramana Maharishi, Nisargadatta Maharaj, I am that and all. I am that Nisargadatta Maharaj is only telling I am that. I am that is what Christ told. That I am that comes from Christ's word, Jesus Christ's word. He said I am that. That who? That God. That is why they said, oh, you are claiming you are God, crucifying. Nisargadatta Maharaj only talks straight. His teachings, I am that. And Ramana Maharishi, what does he say? He just asks you, who are you? The answer is, I am that. In between what? No talks. You do yoga, you do tandav, you do meditation, you do rituals, you do puja, you do arti, you do abhishekam, you do japa, anything you do. You do chanting, you do mantra, whatever you do, it's all a part of Maya only. It is a play. Inside the play only all this is going. The cleaning process, everything. Because at this level, where Bhagavan Maharishi is talking, where Nisargadatta Maharaj is talking, that is not this level of consciousness. The play is all happening here. The yoga, meditation, chants, all this doing, the doership, I am doing this practice. To undo, even in the undo there is a do. Doer also there is a do. It's all doer. Doer means ego consciousness, the I, the separatedness. Ego consciousness is doing. So all this is a part of the Maya only. Anything that is doing or egoic is the play of consciousness. Because the play begins only when there are diversities. How can play begin in oneness? Adam and Eve were one. Did any play begin? You can't see anything. It's all one. Where did the play begin? The moment they eat the fruit. So the moment there is a separation and you go into this diversity that you are there, I am here, your religion, my religion, then the whole play drama of life will begin. Enemy, friend, all that will begin. So he said right. Krishna says, in my divine Maya are the gunas. Of the gunas, it is hard to overcome. Yeah, once you go into it, it's very hard to overcome. Those who cross beyond it approach me. Simple. Those who can go beyond this. And what I am trying to tell through awareness, higher awareness, gross awareness will make you aware of these gunas. It will make you aware of my rajas, my tamas. But that's not higher awareness. It will make me aware. Oh, there is this. So I got to work on this. And when you move from that, you will see that from awareness you are moving into higher awareness. In the higher awareness is what this talk happens. Where Krishna says, this is my divine Maya of the gunas. See, gunas also he is telling this is my divine Maya. That is why Bhagavan Maharishi, I was just reading Ramana Maharishi a few days back, he very clearly told, gunas also are creation of your mind. There is nothing called gunas. I thought I should talk on that last time, but then it is very confusing because it will seem very contradictory to you. You will say that how can this happen? We have been taught and everything. Is this all false? It's not false. It is all real in the dual consciousness. It's all very real. In the dual consciousness, it's happening. Real for you, but on the higher level, it's not there. That's why somebody who's reverberating at the level of Bhagavan Nityananda or Ramana Maharishi, Nisargadatta Maharaj, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, they will be able to identify this is all the play that's going. Leela, divine Leela. And they will have nothing to tell you because the world is already offering you so too many solutions. They will sometimes tell you, okay, to help you, do this japa, do this mala, do this puja. Even Nityananda Bhagavan also used to say, okay, do this, do that, chant Ram, 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 go on chanting. Even Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi said, okay, do this upasana, certain upasana you do, in certain way you do. You means you get involved in the drama only, play the drama inside that only, and get out of the drama. Once you get out of the drama, the real teaching begins. That is where Ramana's teachings are. That is why nobody relates to him. You read his book, you can't understand what he's talking. You read I Am That of Nisargadatta Maharaj, you can't understand. Because dual consciousness. We have been believed that we have to do this, and here they are saying don't do anything. Ramana is telling Summa Iru. Keep quiet, stay still. That's his teachings. And see Bhagavan Nityananda, what do you say? सब कुछ भाव रे, भूल जाए सब. नौटंकी भूल जाओ. He didn't say Nautanki, I am saying that. That is what he meant. Ab kuch bhav re. I'll give you an example of how these catches of dual consciousness, these beliefs come from dual consciousness, the play, divine Leela. Even that separateness, God is separate outside, the Abhishekam, Linga is outside, the temple is there, I got to go and hurry and do my puja Monday, I have to go and worship Shiva and come back. Play of consciousness, complete play of consciousness. The God has nothing to do with this. See, I'll give you an example. Last time I was doing that live with Vijayanand Swami, and just before the live, I asked him, where is the stand? There was a stand there, and he said, I think it's on top. So there was a compartment up, and I said, how to climb this now? I saw his table. He keeps a table next to his bed only. You must have seen his room. I was wondering, you must have seen that room. It was shabby. There's one coat hanging there. There are some malas hanging there. There is a pillow lying that way. There is a table on which many things are lying. There's some Ayurvedic medicine bottles kept. And there is a mat that is not properly fixed. Now imagine how would it have been in some other condition. Everything is very systematic. There is a flower vase kept there very nicely. Everybody is seated nicely. All hair and all trimmed well. All things kept in place. Then you're curious to see, is this coming in the frame? Oh, take that out. Remove this. Not needed. Or it's not looking. Keep some flower pots here, there. The makeover. Because you're concerned, this has to be. That's not reality. That's fakeness. But you're trying to build up something, an image. And you look at that, that room. It's there live, go and see. Everything is lying. Neither he bothered, neither I bothered. Nobody bothered to even check how things. Because we know it's a casual conversation and it's reality. No formality. You begin in a certain way. No great greetings and no. Just spontaneously begin, spontaneously end. Khatam. Baat beech mein ho gayi. That is the Advaita Tattva. When I go there, that is Avadhut Vani. That state of consciousness is different. He doesn't go into formalities. Nothing to do with formalities, and that is what happened when I was trying to get that stand from there. He said climb on the table. I went to climb, and suddenly I saw his Guru Paduka was kept installed very nicely. Small copper ones, I think, copper or brass ones, I think. Small it was and nicely placed, and two flowers also are there. And then I saw there is a Guru Paduka. I cannot now. How can I climb on that same table where the Guru Paduka is? So I went to climb. He said, climb in Kannada. I said, no, the Guru Paduka, I'll go from here. He laughed and he said, what is going to happen? I said, Guru Paduka, Swamiji. He said, क्या होगा? पादुका पादुका के ऊपर लगेगा. See, this is his casualness that he said, your paduka will go on that paduka. What big deal? He said. I laughed immediately. I could get the mystics talk on that language. Non-dual. They have nothing to do with this. Two different and then honoring. They are in that state. You might ask, why has he kept it then? He has nothing to do with that. People have kept it there. He has no forms of worship. Any worship. It's all internal. So somebody gifted it to him or something. Or he said, okay, keep it there with respect. It doesn't mean that we disrespect things. It's there. But not giving bhav more than a certain thing. See, that is bhav. And when I learned that was when I said, I laughed. I said, "Oh, you got a point there." I said, "Oh yeah." And I said, "What a joke, Paduka on Paduka." And then I went to again climb. Again, a second thought came. No, and I could not. See, the conditioning is that way in the dual world. Whatever you call it, disrespect you call it, whatever you call it, it's still a conditioning. So I could not, and I still went from the side. I picked up a stool. I was trying to keep and climb, and he was looking at me, and I said, "Jo bhi hai, whatever it is, it's still a paduka, no? So some respect. That's all, nothing else." I was justifying that, and he immediately said, when I told him that, it's bhava, it's my bhav. मेरा भाव है स्वामी जी कि it's a guru paduka, so I will move from here. Immediately he laughed and he said, वो भाव शुद्धि होना मांगता है. See, that bhav, what I was thinking all this time was what Nityanand Bhagwan says, anything good, anything sattvic is bhav. No. The biggest secret I am sharing today of the Chidakash of Bhagwan Nityananda. What will we think? Bhav. And what have we been believing all these days? Bhav means nice things, good things, just good things. No, it is beyond even good. Transcending even that good, transcending even the holiness, transcending even that sacredness. Because that sacredness is coming to you because of duality. You are seeing something outside, and thus there is a bhav in you, which you are going. What he is telling, Shuddha Bhavana means going beyond this bhav also. And that struck me at that moment when he said, "Oh, bhav shuddh hona mangta hai, oh, bhav shuddhi hona mangta hai." Which bhav? Oh, that, oh, mera bhav hai. He said, "वो bhav का शुद्धि होना मांगता है." It's so deep. He didn't even realize what he's saying. He just spontaneously and he was laughing. When I pulled the thing down, I sat for a moment and I was, God, so deep. I didn't tell him anything. Then while the live was going, I told in the live. I learned this today. See, so deep it is. This, and yes, while I was telling this, I was telling this is Avadut Vani. This is the Vani of Avduts. Why? Because he is always the Chintana. Avadhuta Chintana Shri Gurudev Datt. He is always in that Chintan. So he is always contemplating on the mystics. So what will happen? That kind of acharan will start coming through him. It's not about who's an Avdut, and no, it's not about that. The Vani, I said this is the Vani of Avduts. This is what we need to catch. When we catch the Vani of Avduts, when we catch their message without dilution, and you need courage, you need to courage to follow the path of mystics. See, I'm telling you now, right now also, even I've been following so hardly the path of mystics, but still that bhav was there that no, I shouldn't. It doesn't mean that you stamp on that and go ahead. Even you give the respect, whatever, but that thing that comes, that separation that comes, that holiness that suddenly comes. Gunatita. Gunatita means going beyond the three gunas. This is what I am explaining here. What you said, Krishna said that the divine play of my gunas is very hard to get over. See, this is the divine play of that guna only. So hard. We feel we have evolved to a certain mode. No, very catchy. See, so deep it is. This is why he said it's very difficult. And then it said, those who cross beyond it approach me. Now are you getting it? Those who go gunatit beyond these dualities, all these dualities is now approaching me. They approach me means he is beyond these gunas. When you conquer this or when you transcend this, only you can reach that Krishna. This is what he means in this few lines of his. Are you getting how deep is this? Chaitanya speaks, everything we experience is illusion, Maya. Yes, everything we experience is illusion, Maya. We know it. That's knowledge. That's what I'm trying to say. We know it. We are, having the intelligence of that. We know it. We all know it. What I'm saying is one step deeper into that. is realizing it. When the realizing happen, because when we are in those situations only it will happen, and we have to repeatedly bring our awareness in those situations where there is chaos, where there is maya. In that awareness, when you can look through and say everything is a maya, then is the realization of the teaching. Otherwise it's a wisdom. That's what I'm trying to say. And it will not come like this. It will need repeated trial and errors again and again. I'm not perfect in that still. There's so much to learn. I'm sharing you one of the learning that I had now. You keep on learning, but you keep on evolving through that. But how? If my awareness was not there at that time, if I would have just been chatting and conversing, and my focus would have been something else, I would have lost that precious. And he was not there standing there to teach me. It was just a casual conversation. I caught it, I learned it. If I would have missed it, gone. Missed means not in awareness. Awareness is what makes you learn and realize these things. Poonam says, you were worldly at that time. No, not really worldly. Worldly means completely materialistic. That is completely, if you are worldly, you will not even know about this topic. That such thing came up also. Not worldly, I would say in ignorance, in state of ignorance. One is a state of awareness, the state of ignorance. And we are always fluctuating. I told you, I'm not any guru, I'm not a saint where I'm sitting in bliss and see, here I'm telling you another thing. Those who are in perpetual bliss, consistent bliss, like Bhagavan Nityananda, will never speak. It is impossible to speak in that state. When Ramakrishna used to go into Nirvikalpa Samadhi for days, no speak. Bhagavan Nityananda for six months, no speech. Ramana Maharishi used to always be in silence, no speech. When somebody comes, Nisardas Maharaj, no speech. When visitors came, he interacted. Till then, no speech. When there is no speech, they are there. If there is speech, they are not there. Not that disconnected, but you got to come down a level down. Instead of being fully aware of the Supreme, you come down because you want to now relate to somebody asking you something. You want to understand. For that, you need body consciousness. You need to come down. So when your consciousness come down, you can relate and you can interact. It's not that they have lost it, they have deliberately come down. There were states where Bhagavan Nityananda was to sit in blissful, and the cameraman went and clipped, and every time it used to come blank. They didn't understand how blank, how dark photos can come. Nothing there. Because in that high states of consciousness, their vibes are so, frequency is so high that their body is resonating at that these plates, these devices cannot catch the frequency of that. 2-3 times. And those days it was not like our cell phone, you click and you look. You had to click a negative, then you had to go from Ganeshpuri to Mumbai, wash it, take couple of days, and then come back and then produce a photo. That those days negatives were there. You had to process the photographs. So 2 times it happened. They went back and they came back blankless. Then we finally told Bhagwan, this is our state. Then he said, now click. Now what he did was, he lowered his consciousness. He became aware of the surroundings. And then that appeared in the photo. So these are that states. You will have different states of fluctuation. So what you said, worldly is too gross. It's not even worldly. It's it keeps fluctuating in that middle somewhere. Sometimes in high, when you are in high, you don't feel like talking only. Like I said, whenever I'm in Arunachala, most of the time, I want but I can't. Even if there is a wish to talk, you can't. You just want to stay silent. Most of the mystics remain in that silence. If there is only need, they will come back to that. We practice all that. I'm talking when I'm making videos, otherwise I don't talk. I'm always in silence because I have nothing to interact in this world. I've cut out from everything. So all the time I'm in mauna. Do we get that kind of opportunity? We can create that kind of opportunities. You might say, no, you're sitting inside somewhere. we have work to do, we have outside in the world, you can still be in Mona. Even doing your practice, you can only when there is an utmost need to talk. Otherwise, don't keep blabbering, blah, 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 something, because there's so much inside it wants to throw out all the time that you pick up the phone and blah, 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 you go on. Or you keep on chatting something or the other, blah, 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 blah. You talk to people, you talk to pets, you talk to nature, you keep talking. And when the talking doesn't, nobody is there to talk, then you keep talking inside your mind to yourself. And then there is so much of thoughts and chatter, and then you say, oh, I got stress. So when people tell me you're so quiet, you don't talk, what kind of a creature are you? I said, I'm a better creature than you, who's always talking. Endlessly. No point. You cannot be meditative when you're talking, when you're engaging in the world. And those who are meditative will love stillness, will love silence, will love aloneness, will love to be just left with themselves. They are enjoying that space. They will never feel bored with themselves. Alone, they are with themselves. And if you cannot sit with yourself alone for even 5 minutes or 10 minutes, you are the most boring person on earth. Imagine you cannot tolerate your own company. How boring you could be. How much will others tolerate you? So the silence plays an important role. The more you can tune within, because silence is divine order. Understand this. That is why in the chaos there is a silence. There is a silence in the chaos. Understand this. That silence is divine order. Like in the music there is silence. Are you getting what I'm saying? If music was only noise, it would have been hard for you. But there are spaces of silence. There are spaces where the music drops. There are moments, some sparks of silence in between. It is that silence that gives beauty to this music. If that silence is removed, it's only chaos. So if this divine order is taken out from this world, which will not happen, but you can imagine how it will all go haywire. But there is a silence in this noise also. That is why Ramana Maharshi was asked once, what is best? Is it good to meditate alone or in a group? He says in the start, it is good to meditate alone. Close up your door, put up all your earphones, shut off all the five senses, because it's so difficult to control your senses. You need lot of discipline in the start. But once you get over that, which is why I teach awareness with your eyes open. I always say, don't fall in the trap of headphones, putting music and meditating. Then you will not be able to meditate without music. Don't be in the habit of closing your doors and putting agarbatti and meditating. Then you will never be able to meditate in the vicinity of others. You will always need closed door, and you are not going to have closed door everywhere. You are not going to have agarbatti everywhere. Don't have the habit of always closing your eyes or putting a, what do you call, they put something on their eyes to shut down their this and then go into meditation. You are becoming handicapped. I had been to Pyramid Valley. There is beautiful pyramids there. All good. You can. But I would not suggest that you get into the habit of building a pyramid in your house, and then it's good energy wise. But then you can't meditate anywhere out. Once you get used to that, you cannot. So Bhagavan Ramana said, yes, first in the start, that is good. You meditate alone with yourself. Completely with whatever noises, whatever distractions you want, cut it out and practice that way. But get over it. Don't remain in that. Then eventually group meditation is okay. In a couple of people that you're doing, all similar kind of people, okay, because all know everybody should go silent, but there still is some kind of commotion there. Then you should be able to go out and meditate in the anywhere. Even in a crowd, even there is a mela, you go there and you should be able to meditate. Most of the time when I go to ashrams and there is some functions going on, like if I go to the hill on a particular Shivaratri, for example, it's too noisy and crowdy, but that in that chaos there is a divine grace, divine order. If you catch the divine order, all the rest of the things will just get shut off and you are in that space. So there is a divine order even in that chaos of thousands of people surrounding Arunachala. You should be able to catch that divine order. How? Through awareness. Only awareness will reach you to that. I've told you many places where I've told you that example of where I had the Malaleshwari's book in my hand and I was sitting in Thane bus stand and I was reading it and suddenly something overtook me. For 45 minutes plus I was in bliss. I was reading the whole chapter. I felt as though Malaleshwari is there. And what happened was all the buses and people were so noisy, Thane bus stand, so noisy, everything just stopped. For the next 40-45 minutes, everything just stopped. I could see, my peripheral, I was not looking here and there because I had entered into a certain kind of stillness and awareness. My eyes was on the book, tears were flowing on, I could see the tears falling on my shirt and wetting it, but there was no action to take. There was no reaction. Oh, something is happening, so I should wipe. That thought also was not coming. But I was aware that tears are dropping. I was aware that I'm reading. I was aware that there are people moving. I could see in my peripheral vision. All those things were happening. But it was that, I couldn't do anything. Somehow I had entered into an altered state of consciousness. I don't know what kind of consciousness, but I had entered into that. And once I realized, oh my God, and after I came out of that experience, I was in trance for a lot of time. I went walking 5-6 kilometers. I walked to a different place, but till then I was in that trance. That gave me a conviction. That gave me a glimpse of, oh, what is this? What I'm trying to tell you is, in that chaos of Thane bus stand, so much of chaos, buses running, people running, there was divine order, which I tapped into knowingly or unknowingly. That book or something. It was Malaleshwari's grace, I believe. The shifting into awareness is whole her blessings, because after that I began actually talking to people about something called awareness because I had a glimpse of it. And after that only I started this platform. I have told this before also, so I believe it's Ma Laleshwari's grace shifting into awareness. They are all there. They are all there to assist you if you are there to connect to them. How do you connect? Through awareness. Become aware. And it's the same practices that I teach. Become aware of your surroundings with your eyes open. Don't close your eyes. Eyes open, go into stillness and watch everything in peripheral. Don't look at anything. Just be aware somebody is coming. Same experience what I had in Thane only, I try to redo it here. And many people have had very good experiences. Can you see that? Why? Because you have touched that space. And the more better and sharper you do, the more vivid, the more stronger that experience will be. So right, ignorance, sorry, the word. That's okay. Lalita Sundar beautifully said, silence in the music notes makes it adorable. Yes. Catching the silence is mastery. If you know to catch the silence in the music, in the noise, which is what makes it music, you will also know the art of catching the divine order in the chaos. There is always this divine order. Anita ji says, if due to professional compulsion one has to talk, is it due to karmic patterns? No, not at all. Not at all. See, karma, when you say, when you involve it into professional compulsions, see, look at this. Professional work is service. Karma yoga. You are here to do service. That is one of your part of your soul agenda. That is why you are into a certain profession. If you are a doctor, then you are serving patients. The great mystic Shivananda Swami of Rishikesh, he was a great doctor. He renounced everything. The bard Shivananda Swami, of Rishikesh, the bard Swami. Powerful teachings. Divine Life Society is their society. Powerful teachings. He was a renunciate, sannyasi, but a doctor by profession. He left everything and he started curing and treating people in that sannyasa. And he gave importance to that, and he gave importance to karma yoga. He said, serve the people. He used to carry literally people who could not afford, literally in his hands and treat them for free and all that. From the streets, he used to bring all those things. Like Mother Teresa and all, they have all that. That is karma yoga. When you say it's like your work that you have come to do. But when you say professional compulsions, it is no more karma yoga. Anything that is compulsion is induced. You're forcefully doing it. You're not freely doing it. Are you getting the catch in that? So when you're not doing it freely, it's no more a service. And when it's not anymore a service, then it becomes a burden. When it is a burden, then when you talk or you don't talk, whatever, you are still not connected to that because you are not free flowing in that. Whereas if the perspective changes into it as not professional compulsion but professional duty, duty is service, duty is dharma. So if you take it as your dharma to do that karma, then you do it with a different kind of awareness. Then even that speech has got a certain level of awareness. Like for example, I am talking right now. Here also there is talk involved. There is only talk involved, and it is a one-sided talk. If you see, talking and talking. But this talking is with a different level of awareness of service. That is why this talking has a different level of awareness. If I on and sit, come, let's chat. That's different. That level of awareness is different. The energy will be different. The outcome will be different. Here it is different. And that is the reason I am able to even talk for hours without getting tired. Because you get tired when you are the doer. When I have to speak as a compulsion, then it's very, if I am supposed to give a speech, I'll be bored, you will also be bored. But when it becomes a duty or dharma, the whole quality changes of the speaker and the listener. So the same thing, the same element of speech also, you can utilize whenever what did I tell you? The time when I'm not doing videos or not in life, I'm in silence, mauna. So what does that mean? The rest of the time I'm involving into the silence. So whenever I have to talk, I'm making use of that talk also in a different qualitative level through awareness. A talk of awareness, a talk of higher consciousness, which is always enhanced. So in our professions also we can make that. In our whatever professions we are, the quality of talk will change. The quality level of that talk will completely change. And so the results also will change. And so the benefits also will be there. So even in our profession, what Krishna said, Yogas Guru Karmani, always remain connected with me while you're doing your duty. This is what he said, taught Arjuna. While you're doing your duty, he asked Arjuna, don't run. You are there in the karma yogi. You are a karma yogi. You are bound to be in the world. There is a lot of karma for you left here to do. And in that only is your redemption. So you don't have to go anywhere else. And he taught him that. To Uddhava, he taught something else. Arjuna was a warrior, a Kshatriya. He had a lot of karmic things. So he said karma yoga for you. He did not teach him renunciation mauna. No. Because that was his karmic structure. He knew, Krishna knew. Krishna knew where to tell what. That is why I always say one teaching cannot go for everybody. You become a householder, everybody cannot become. You become a sannyas, everybody cannot become. You have to see their traits. You have to see their attributes. What is their quality, their gunas. What karmic patterns are there. So everybody has got different ideologies, different solutions. Krishna knew that very well. So he never advocated sannyas ashram too, whereas Arjuna wanted to run away and take sannyas. I don't want all this. Why? Because there is family on the other side. How can I fight a war against my relative, my family, my own guru is standing on the other side? How can I go against or fight a war with him? Krishna said nothing doing. Dharma is dharma. If your righteousness, be that. Do your duty. That bhav, that attachment which you have got is the state of your gunas. You have got succumb to your gunas. You are not doing your duty in samanta, in that, same what Swamiji told me. If you overlook that paduka as something this and all that, something huge, even if you step on it, you will not create a sin. Because you are not even thought of whether it is good or bad. The moment you think only, you get into that gunas and then the karmas. Are you getting it? When you fall into that gunas only, you will have that action, reaction, and then karma. If you are beyond that, and even if you walk, that is, see, there is this story of Sri Sailam. I'd been to Sri Sailam in Andhra Pradesh, where the Shivlinga is there. And there is a famous story of how that Shivlinga came. It was in the dense jungle, and that hunter used to come every day. He knew nothing. He had no ideology of how he should do, because nobody had taught him. He was a tribal, he was a hunter. Nobody taught him how to do pujas. But he knew the Lord is there, Shiva is there, and he was a very deep bhakta of Shiva. So every day he goes, and what does he do? I have to give something to my Shiva. He goes and he hunts a deer, kills a deer, the meat he cuts and brings it and puts it on the Shivlinga. Lord, this is for you. And he has seen priests doing. Priests come and they offer food, naivedyam there, food, sometimes milk, sometimes abhishekam water on that. He is hiding and seeing. Oh, that is how you treat the Lord. Okay. So he doesn't know. You have to give something. He brings meat and puts it there. Oh, I've seen the priest put water. How do I get water? He goes to the river. He has no pitcher. He has no glass or tumbler or anything. How do you do? He puts his mouth in the river and takes it in his mouth and runs to the shivling and spits it on it. Full water. That's bhava. That's bhakti for him. Devotion for him. And when the priests return, they say, who the hell put all this meat? They wash and clean and they curse and they do all that. Who has done this, all this? What Shiva will be upset, and you're not supposed to bring meat here, dirtiness here, and how can you do this? And this guy is annoyed. He doesn't know how to act, how else. And what happens in the end? Shiva gives darshan to whom? This hunter. Very pleased with his devotion. And then there is this question. This Pandit has been serving that idol for his whole lifetime. Every day, kritya time, he comes all in duties and everything dutifully he does and beautifully he does. As per the tradition, as per the... And there you go to see somebody is coming and spitting and putting meat, and she was presented in front of him. So pleased with him. Are we not getting the secrets in this also? If somebody is saying, you might say this guy is talking nuts. These are the real stories which are presented with a lesson. What does this mean? This is bhav re. Bhav what? Bhav bhakti ka nahi hai. He is not just talking about bhakti. If anybody say uska bhav अच्छा था, वो क्या अच्छा था? Oh, उसको शिवा से प्यार था. All beyond that was, he never had any affinity to this duality. Oh, he never treated that Shivlinga as different. He never treated meat as bad and the Naivedyam as holy. For them, same. Naivedyam kya hai kya? Same. Even the meat was that for him. So when there is no differentiation, means no duality. When there is no duality, everything is one. That is bhav. He has gone beyond the bhav. Bhavatitam. What does it mean? Bhavatitam trigunarahitam. We talk so much, we recite so much, we don't know. Bhavatitam, going beyond the bhava. That is the real bhava. And that is the story indicating that. The Lord becomes happy with that. You transcending the gunas, and that is what here also somebody said. Anna said, Lord Krishna said, once you raise above the gunas, you will find me there. See how simple it is? And how much we complicate. Now look at it. How much we complicate our lives with doing and this and that and rituals and all good, but it will keep you stuck. If you don't rise from there, it will keep you stuck. So that is the reason there is no differentiation. When the more I'm moving into this, I'm telling you, everything goes within. There is no external. I cannot treat now anymore like external. There's some personality, some image. God is outside, Guru is outside. It was there once upon a time. Now even if I try to do it, it's not happening, because I'm experiencing that tattva, and the tattva is pure, always pure. Gross might be not in aligned or whatever, but like for example, you might have images, the images of God. It might be torn somewhere, or you might have an idol, खंडित रहेगा कहीं तो टूटा फूटा, so you go and throw it in the water. So when you go and throw it in the water, that means that idol is not worth worshipping it. Who put that condition? Did God come and tell that, if you have that, this something, somebody put it into your mind, it has become your belief, it has transferred from your family lineage, one after the other. It has come into you, it was in their DNA, now it has become your DNA. You believe that and you pass it on to your children. All good, if good for you and good for being stuck. What does Krishna say? What does Shiva say in this? Rising above, bhavatitam, going beyond the triguna. Bhavatitam triguna rahitam. Then, all beyond the three gunas only, then only you find him there. As I understand, speaking is not wrong, but what you speak is important. Please correct me. See, what we speak, it differs on the intent. What I speak is upon my intent of speaking. If you are here and listening it, it is again depending on your intent. See, there are around 33 people here right now, but there have been fluctuations. Sometimes it goes more, sometimes it goes less. Now, who is listening with what kind of intent? God knows. So that will appeal, that will apply there. What I speak may be very important to me today, very, very important according to my state of awareness. It will benefit me in that way. But if somebody, the listener, says, what the heck is this about? No gain there. One listener says, there's so much for me, and this is very important apart from all the other distraction that I have. This is very important for me today because it's nourishing me. So be it, you get that. And if I am talking right now and if I have some guilt, oh no, what am I saying? Gone. So it keeps on differing. Everything keeps on differing. Why I speak, why somebody speaks, it is all known to them. But what I am saying is, when you speak in awareness. You speak when it is really needed. Now my life is, this is needed, I speak. If it is not needed, I'm silent. That's what I'm trying to say. You should be very, very diligent in using that. Got it. I've been ignorant to my words. I've always taken my profession as a blessing, but the long hours leave very less time. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I don't know what you mean, but I catch the words immediately. I catch the words, whatever, because the words are very important when we communicate everything. It reveals a lot suddenly, and it might be subconscious. It might not be conscious also. Subconsciously, that might be. So it is not about correction or correcting anyone or anything. You catch that and you come to know. Oh, you reflect within and you come to know, was it needed or not needed? Was it correct from my end or not? If it is wrong, I immediately correct it and move on. If it was not needed, not wrong, you move on. See, this is the secret. What I always say. Some people tell me about guilt. I have this guilt. Guilt comes when you get stuck there. You find you have done something wrong, correct it, move on. That's it. Correct, move on. If you contemplate on something, I have not done it, move on. If you have not done wrong, what is there to stay stuck there? Move on. And if you have done something wrong, what is there to sit brooding there? Correct it, move on. In either cases, move on. You drop the guilt there. Only when you sit with, I did it right, and keep contemplating and thinking over it again and again, suddenly your mind will prove it to you after some time. You thought it was right, but then you will have so much of logic. No, I don't think I did. Gone into doubt now because you have not moved on. I did some wrong. Instead of correcting, you said, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Now this will happen. Now the karma, gone. Create more of that stuff. What you would have done? Corrective action, move on. So the intensity of that karma just drops there. If you give little importance to it, it drops there. Lalita, how to go beyond these gunas? That's what I'm telling you. Awareness. If you practice awareness only, you can go beyond gunas. Like I told you yesterday, that paduka. If I'm aware, I learned a lesson. Next time I see a paduka, doesn't mean I'm going to stamp it, but I will not give it so much of weightage, which has come from my belief patterns, where I have learned everywhere. Cultural conditioning, this is called. Because I've been in places where so much of reverence is given, so much of reverence is given to this, that you're stuck in that. All that fear, that God fearing, all that comes from there. Gunas. Once you understand the secret of this guna, no, I must not fall in for anything. Just keep moving, 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 without getting connected to anything. Murti toota hai. People are telling you, oh, that's a broken murti. What have you got to do with the broken murti? Are you embracing the murti or the consciousness in that murti? If you are a conscious being who's connected to the consciousness of the murti, you will just connect to the consciousness. You will not care if it is khandit or akhandit or whatever. It should not matter to you. See, when I have been contemplating this continuously in my life, that is when life should kuch gadbad hai. In my mind, I don't feel comfortable. So when I contemplate on it, I come to know it's not important. Drop it. No discussions in the mind. Drop it. Like, for example, when I was a Christian, a practicing Christian and going to church all the time. Sunday mornings, my parents used to wake me up. Go, 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 time. I used to wonder where to go now. It's time for church. Why? Because everybody does it. You are supposed to go. So I get up early in the morning and I run. And that's the only day where I get to oversleep. Sunday. No sleep also. Because you've got Sunday school, you've got this church functions, and you go for that. But while I'm going, I'm thinking, what nonsense is this? It's happening in my mind. Why do I have to wake and go on this particular time? Is Jesus sitting there only in that time? Is God sitting there only at that time? He's not there any other time other than Sunday. Is he waiting for me something? And where the belief is so rigid that every Saturday you have to go into the confession box and you have to confess your sins. That's a part of Christianity. Good practice, so that you pour out your bad habits. You have the courage to speak what you have done wrong. Then only you can acknowledge and work on. That's a good practice. But it went somewhere else as a ritual. Every Sunday people used to queue up and I used to stand in the line and go and tell, I have sinned, I have done this, Father, I have done this. And Father doesn't look at you. He's putting a parda there and sitting, and then say, okay, recite so many prayers and do this, and then you will get absolved. Fine. Because I was very committed to Christ. So I used to go and sit there and very devotedly do that. And I used to feel fresh. Really those sins would go off. Really, I'm telling you. As a child, I used to feel. So absolved, I used to go back. But then every Saturday I saw this is happening. I said, till when am I going to do this? Whole life? Saturday I come and confess to God and say that I won't do, I have done this, I won't do this. And whole week I do the same thing, and again I come and do the same gramophone record. Father also is sitting same there. Same gramophone records, he is telling do this, do this. This happens in all the religions. You go to a priest, you go to a, they'll tell you certain ritual. You will do certain ritual this way, that way. And the pujari will tell you this way, it is the right way. Astrologer will tell you have to do it this way. Otherwise it's up shakun and all that. You believe that and you go into that. Keep on doing. Whole life you are in that circle. So suddenly I began questioning that. What's the point in this? Then I began asking my parents, why do you have to sin in the first case and go and stand in the line? Because that sinning, I'd rather stop my sin than standing in that boring line for so long. Why should I stand and waste my time there? It's so boring. And to avoid that boring, I stopped sinning. Really, I'm telling you. I used to be aware as a child. Whenever some sins are happening, no, I shouldn't do this. Conscience is to tell. I didn't know that. I used to call that conscience, but it was awareness. to become aware. No, I should not do. Because I know I'll have the pain to again go and shamelessly stand and repeat my sins. A sin is a sin only when you repeat it without correcting yourself. A sin is not a sin, but just a mistake. If for the first time you are caught or you catch yourself and you find that ignorantly you have done it, then it's not a sin. It's just a mistake. But if you repeat it knowingly, then it becomes a sin. Mistake has got different consequence of karma, and sin has got a different consequence of karma. Are you seeing this? Same thing, but the pattern is different. It depends on your intensity that you are doing. So how to go beyond this is being aware. As a child, I was being aware, and being aware lessened my sins. And because I had to stand for less time there, and slowly, one day I just dropped it. I said, why go and stand in the line? I'll go and direct communicate. Why do I need mediators to go to that God? Has He appointed? No. Has God appointed all these mediators on earth today? No. Self appointed. Self appointed businesses is all. So I told no going to priests anymore. I'll go directly. And I sat in the church and I used to speak to him. Then I saw rituals. Everybody is, 1 hour mass used to be the mass. First you go, kneel down, you say a prayer, then you stand up, then the father says something, then there's a prayer, then there's a hymn, they sing a song, and then there's a reading. Somebody goes and reads the past of the Bible, and then they come down, and then the priest explains that paragraph in depth, and then there is a song again, and then there is a kneeling and a prayer, then there is certain rituals and things, and then there is a Holy Communion where they give you a communion, something like prasad, and that is taken, and then you sit, and then you contemplate, and then I saw it was a ritualistic thing, 1 hour. And I looked around. Nobody was bothered about anything else. Somebody was showing their new shirt, somebody was showing their new shoe, somebody was telling this is my new perfume, somebody was looking into the girls used to especially look into what the other person has worn, see how high heel sandals, and then so that's a new sari in town. All these things go on. If not, I'm not talking, they chat in the mind. It's all going. Because how do I know what's going in the mind? Because the moment the mass is over, they come out of the church, they blast out. Hey, which was that perfume, which I smelled? You had just passed, oh, that is, my niece brought it from Hong Kong. That's gone case. Christ is gone aside. That means that it was bottled up in the whole process of that. I could see through this. And somehow I felt, kuch to gadbad hai. That dialogue even goes till now. The dialogue is something like Golmaal hai bhai sab golmaal. In the head it will go. If you have seen Hera Pheri, you will see that. Suddenly the conscience will say something gadbad kuch to hai. So I used to have that. Kuch to gadbad hai. I asked because I would feel guilty. If I don't do that, I would feel guilty because I was trained to become guilty. In this religion, you are trained to become a sinner. You have to feel guilty. And through guilt only, being a sinner only, you are called a sinner only, you go for redemption. It's very contradictory. As a sinner, how can you go with guilt? How can you liberate yourself? Because you are believing somebody else will forgive you for the nonsense that you do. First, you have to forgive yourself by accepting and acknowledging your sins. So I gave up that. One fine day, I just gave up going to church. And I remember it was in my first year, in my 11th standard, you can call it. Since then, I have never gone to church. Never gone to church, listening, and never gone for those rituals which we call as mass, where everybody gather and all this 1 hour goes on. Today also I go, but I go when the church is empty. I go and take a back seat, and I know today it's very, very, very much known how we know how to do it. It's just blending, merging into that consciousness of whatever that space is. If I go to a Jiva Samadhi, blend into it. If I go to a Shiva temple, I blend into it. If I go to a Hari Narayan temple, blend into it. If I go to a Shakti temple, blend into it. If I go to a Shirdi Sai Baba temple, blend into it. If I go to a church, I blend into Christ. If I go to a Muslim place, which I have done many times, I sit there and blend into that tattva called Allah. You'll see that there is not an iota of difference in experience. Trust me or not, it is a belief in your DNA, which you have been trained that you are different, that is different, stay away, this is not good, that is not good, that keeps you in conflict and chaos. Remove the chaos, your life is free. You'll see God everywhere. You go and sit anywhere, you'll find it. You'll be able to sit in a mela also and meditate. When there is thousands of people. In the crowd, you can meditate. Because now you know there is nothing called separateness, there is no formalities, and you are beyond those formalities. Now also when I stand in a Shiva temple, I'm least bothered whether they put vibhuti, whether they give me kumkum, or whether they give me flowers, or they give me that tirtha or no. It's a ritualistic. My attention is there. Whether I get this or not, I'm least bothered. And nobody can put guilt into me because I have experienced it. Somebody say, वो तुमने नहीं लगाया, वो नहीं लिया. तुम लगाओ भाई, तुमको लगाना है लगाओ. तुम्हारा भाव वो है, मेरा भाव ये है. Bhav means what? Again, going beyond those bhavs, formalities. He doesn't look into formalities. People look into formalities. That is a problem. When priests come into place, that's a problem. Then you have to do certain thing to go inside. You have to bribe to go inside. You know, to talk to the same God. From where you have come, you are a part of that. You are a child of that. And now you need to navigate through the gates and bribe or run or hide and sneak in. What all nonsense. And there was a time I remember we had gone to that Omkareshwar beach. I think that was somewhere in Udupi side. I don't remember that place. So when we were there, I was with Swami Vijayananda many years back. I think 10, 12 years back. We had gone there, and there is this Jyotirlingam in that place. And there was rush, and we were going inside the temple. We just wanted to. He is not a man of ritual. He will never enter any temple and do puja. Never. I've never seen him. He doesn't go into temples only. First of all. So that day, since many other children, ashram children, okay, let them see and all. Went inside and they stopped us. They said, no, the queue is very long. It will take 45 minutes to get in. Oh, some function. Okay. We can allow you only in 5 minutes darshan. I said, huh. He was very happy. He said, only in 5 minutes. I said, here further now. Then they said it will take at least 200 per person. And we were a couple of us, like, 10, 12 people. So he could immediately see and calculate. This is how it is. I was like, okay, at that time. Oh, 200 bucks. Okay, looks cool. He simply walked out from there. In Kannada, he said, if you want, you go. My Lord is within me. I don't want to go into that. He just laughed and went off. He never entered. I said, okay, even I'm not coming. The rest went. Because there was like, if we come till here and we go, the Lord might feel offended. It is your guilt system that is offending you, not the Lord. The Lord has nothing to do. He is mere witness. Gunatit. He has nothing to do. Blaming you, thinking he has other things to do. Not in the petty things, in what people in all the 8 billion he is glancing all the time and keeping watch CCTV. No way. He is just a witnesser. No judgment. You worship him, he loves you. You don't worship him, he loves you. You bribe the priest, he loves you. You run over the priest, he loves you. You stand from far and look at the Shivlinga, he loves you. You break all the rules and go and hug the Shivlinga, he loves you. Unconditional. People, mediators create lot of. So that is why I said, for me, no mediators, please. I've had enough. All my life I've avoided mediators. Why will I take mediators now? I don't need mediators. If I have to connect to my Guru, I don't need any mediator. I can connect to him. And if I want to connect to the Param Tattva, again I don't need mediators. There is an awareness of the grace. There is an awareness, okay, this has come. That is a reverence that you hold. But if you get stuck in that bhava there again, that bhava will keep you separate. It will create guilt consciousness within you. Gunatitam, if you go beyond all that, you have no opinions. If I go to God this way, you don't even think this happens. Or if I go to reach my Guru directly, in the no question comes. You just spontaneously do what you're supposed to do. The rest all you keep on dropping. There's not even thought. So when there is no thought, and when you don't identify anything, there is no karma. This is how karma works. Get into gunas, karma starts. So the whole idea of real spirituality, practical spirituality, is to rise above gunas, and you cannot rise above gunas until you don't identify through your awareness and you are not aware of all your activities throughout the day. It's very, very important, mind you. Very, very important. Of every activity that you do, if you are very serious of rising through this dual consciousness and entering into non-dual, you have to be very careful, watching all the time. Not careful, you have to be aware all the time of what your acts are, what your thoughts are, and discard it. For discarding, you need courage. See, there's so much of chaos that goes on. When you discard a system, when you don't give value to a system, everybody stands up. How dare you? How can you do this? You are going against the system. You are going against this. You will have this. You will have that. You go beyond that bhav. They keep on doing it. You remain stuck. We don't, because I'm seeing even the mystics are that way. Mukupudi Swami was a great Avduta. He left his body. He used to be always near the roaming around the Jew Samadhi of Sheshadi Swamigal in Tirunamalai, right opposite that Orausha restaurant which is there. And he was a madman. He used to take a stick and go and bang. And whom he used to bang? He used to enter the temple and hit all the idols, left and right, and so loudly he used to hit, stone idols, and he used to abuse. What does that mean? We will shudder there, thinking, oh my God, what a sin to do that. They are beyond sin because they don't have even that bhava. Something, it is a stone for them. Are you getting it? It is just a stone for them. And if they are abusing a man, they will even abuse a dog, they will even abuse that deity, and then they will abuse that idol. No difference. Sammanta, beyond it. These are the examples that the mystics give. They don't have any, they are not having fun demonstrating that, or they are not showing off some of their greatness. No, it is examples of Dutwani. What is the real, what we are talking here? Krishna says, Gunatitam, Trigunatitam, rising about. They are demonstrating in practical life. Only those who are serious and who want to get into those will follow mystics. Mystics followers are only those who want to get into beyond all this. So you see, the Avadhuta is not bothered about it. No cleanliness, no discipline, as we call. Oh, if you have to be near God, or if you have to do realize God, you have to be in a certain way. They break all rules. That is why I always say, rules don't apply to me. Not that I'm doing it forcefully. It's not. I'm not feeling obliged to a rule, a certain way. In this way you have to function. You go there, and if there is too rigidity, I move away. I say it's okay even if I don't get in there. Some temples there are a lot of rigidities. You have to be this way. You have to be that way. Do this. Don't do that. Okay, to a certain limit, theek hai. But if it is too much, then I don't feel like entering that space. I move away because there's no point in that. And then there are boards written there in Tamil Nadu Shiva temples. Christians, no, not Christians, non-Hindus not allowed beyond a certain point. So I see that and I say, okay, now you got to adapt. This is adaptation, okay? When you got to live in this world, you got to adapt. What else can you do? Otherwise, you'll not survive here. You can't do anything. So you adapt yourself wisely. So you enter the temple, and the one giving the tirtha will ask you, Nama. I'll say Shiva or Lakshman, something like that, immediately. See, immediately, whenever I'm talking on these kind of subjects, the godly, the religious, suddenly I see a drop in people. See how it hurts us. The so-called sentiments we call is nothing but pure ego. Where is the sentiments holding? The ego. Somebody has told against my belief. Oh, I should not. Can you see? That's the trigger response. This we got to become aware if you really want to go into that. If you go by the triggers and if you fall flat for all these conditions which is there in the world, you will never catch the divine order in the chaos, but you will remain stuck in the chaos and wonder how chaotic my life is, how chaotic the whole world is. You are not catching the grid. How much time does it take to shift into awareness and catch that? And when that happens, it is a simple one thing: we are not ready yet. We cannot tell everybody to do this. It is only for people who are ready and willing. Now, this, what I'm telling, how many will understand this? Not everybody. That is why I'm making private lives, because if I do it in public, a lot of other problems will come in. What is this guy talking? Because those who can relate to this subject only will even understand, because there is an attempt to even acknowledge, okay, there is illusion. There's something that I got to go beyond. What is that I'm not getting? Okay, then you will listen to this. Somebody who's with rigid thing, religious and saying, my God and all that, and now they're expecting him to come in this live and I sing a bhajan and kitna bhajan sankirtan karoge? That day I put Anubhavananda Swamiji, Saraswati, a great Advaita mystic. He said, वही करते रहो, राम नाम जप करते रहो, कृष्णा 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 कर, कब उठोगे इन सब ऊपर से? पूरा जिंदगी देखा हूं तुमको ये भजन करते हो, क्यों? तुम दूसरा कुछ नहीं करना चाहते, यू डोंट वांट टू डू एनीथिंग एल्स, because that that takes a little more effort. What is effortless? Laziness, tamas. We don't want to do anything, we will sing the name of. Have you observed that change? Because once upon a time I was the greatest bhajan singer. Anywhere they used to make me sit do bhajans. Bhajan gao, bhajan gao. Okay, bhajan, maybe guy. My ego also appeased, that people clapping, everything. All that's happening, but you're observant. And bhajan, what is there in that bhajan? To a certain extent, when people are too much chaotic and they want to just settle down in some stillness, it is like coming out from a hot sunny day and going and taking out water from the refrigerator and drinking it. It will give you some momentary relaxation immediately, some pleasure of that, but that's all, nothing more than that. What we are talking here is so deep, so much far beyond. When you leave these beyond, only that will happen. That's why I removed the Rudraksha. It's no more there. I removed any other yantras, tantras, everything I removed. I don't deny, I'm not saying it doesn't work. It works, but it works only to a certain level. Because I have not seen the mystics, any mystics and who are walking on the streets of Dutas and all wearing Rudrakshas. I have never seen them wearing. They are beyond all that. They are beyond even idol worship. Straight connection. That is what Krishna said here. When you rise above the gunas, you will find me there. See? So important. Your words only, you all wrote it here. Only when you rise above the gunas. Until then, you will not find me there. You will find my idol there. That's what I always talk about, apara bhakti and para bhakti. Only when Mirabai realized that she has to go beyond that murti, when she has to realize the Krishna within, she has to get married to the Krishna. When she said, I'm married to my Lord, she doesn't mean that she's married in some fantasy or she has done an marriage to the idol. It just meant she is married means the union, the masculine and feminine have come together. The oneness, the God consciousness has merged, the self-realization has happened, and she says, I am constantly, Krishna is in me, I am married to him. That is a divine union. Can you see? Divine union. And what we are talking about today is divine will, divine order. This is divine order. Attuning to that divine will, attuning to the divinity is divine consciousness, divine order. And when you come into the divine order, her life became very smooth. Then she never got distracted into anything. She was one with that. She took her away into that. She fell into that grid of divine order from the chaos. Till this time, Bahemukhi, it was outside, she never realized. Same with Ramakrishna. I've told this many times. So to go beyond the gunas, as you asked Lalita ji, you got to be aware of all these petty things. And I told you, the life that I do, the things that I share is all about higher awareness. It is all about realizing that self. It is moving towards that. It is no worldly stuff. So we don't talk anything worldly here. We don't talk anything that will bring you grosser. So I will not talk even about ritualistic, any ritualistic. I couldn't do it. There was so much time when I was in my Guru's ashram also. There were so many methods, so many dual practices. Not one I could do till now. I couldn't do it because I couldn't relate with it. Now, not necessary that everybody should. They should do it till the time they understand that they need to go beyond it. Till the time they need it. It's needed. Because the master is beyond all that. Master doesn't need rituals. But why is he explaining to them? Because people need it. People need to understand that. But they need to rise above that also. You cannot stay stuck in that. I have not been able to do that. And he was okay with it. So I will not force myself into anything. And many people say that, the other day I was having a call and she's connected to some other guru. I don't know which. So she was somebody from South India. I was talking to her elderly lady, and she said, I'm doing these practices as a part of my spiritual practice. And morning I do this, evening I do this, afternoon I do this, night I do this, whatever, some chants and things, and reading the Lalita Sahasranam. All those things were there. I said, great. So I am actually very busy, and I am fully spiritually inclined. I said, are you spiritually inclined or religiously inclined? He said, what's the difference? I said, spiritually means you are aware. Religiously means you are compelled. Religious duty is there. So you do it mechanically. You do it without a purpose. You do it without that awareness. You are not knowing the higher ends of it. You will never go beyond it. You will do it out of greed or fear. Greed that the Lord will bless me if I do certain rituals, or the God will punish me if I don't do this. If I don't do my japa, something will punish. So she said, no, I am not in that religious, I am in spiritual only, because I am a spiritual person. I said, by the way you are talking and by the way you are revealing your habits, I feel it is still religious. She said, no, I am a spiritual person. Okay, I said, great, then no problem. Now tell me what is the problem. She said, I am doing these recitations every morning and night. Whatever that reading was, scripture, or I think Lalita Sahasranam or something she was telling, I'm doing this regularly. But now I feel I'm not connected to it. I cannot do it, but I'm doing it. Then I said, that is what I asked you. Are you religiously doing it or spiritually doing it? You said, spiritually. Spiritual person will become aware of what has to be done and they will rectify. Religious person is bound by greed or fear. They will do it as a compulsion. So she was quiet. I said, what will happen if you stop it? No, I'm fearing, will be there any repercussion if I do? See, fear. There's a fear bound there. And when there is fear, there is no love. Where there is fear, how can there be love? They are opposites. How can you love the God in fear? Trembling and I'm loving. Can that happen? So when you have fear, how can you merge with the Divine Mother? You cannot. I said, what are you, what is appealing to? I feel, if I just sit like this or just think about something or just contemplate on something, also I'm feeling blissful. Sometimes I see your videos also practicing awareness and I'm aware of the Divine Mother. It feels so blissful. I'm saying, what makes you stop then? That, no, but it's my dharma to. No, it's your ignorance, it's not dharma. That has come from the DNA, that strong conditioning, that belief system, that from the culture or tradition, whatever, from the lineage you are in, whatever. She said, now I get it. I told her, I be in Ramana Ashram and all that. They're all Westerners. They don't even know ABCD of rituals. But I see them so powerfully aligned and connected. I see them walking in so much of contentment. Bliss can be seen on their body and face, their expressions and their silence. They don't interact with anybody. They're sitting in one corner or they're moving around just silently in slow, as though they're moving in slow motion. And they are not even aware of who's looking at them, who's not. They are not bothered of anything. They are moving in that space. Do they know ritual? They don't know what is a mantra. They don't know yet what is a tantra. They don't know what is a yantra. They don't know anything. How are they able to reach that which you are striving to do through all these practices? Still you are not able to do it. Can you see the catch? She said, I think I understand you. I said, that's one divine blessing that I had because I was born in a Christian community where all the rituals and these things did not get into my DNA. One advantage that is why I could see things very clearly. But I know a lot of other practitioners who are non-Christians also, but who have come out of this. There are many of my friends. who have nothing to do with this. Perhaps they have done it in their previous janma. Perhaps they have lived it up through this awareness. They have come out of it. I know of very spiritually evolved people also who are very connected to the higher tattvas and all that. And we are meditating together, we are walking in awareness, we are all in silence, everything and all that. Then when we enter the temple, suddenly that person will he'll circumambulate, then Surya Namaskar type, all the prostrations and all that, and suddenly and then he also becomes aware, oh, what have I done? It is so automatic. Conditioning. Though you have gone beyond it, sometimes it can pull you back. That's okay. But I'm trying to tell you, these are all phases of life. So, to get beyond gunas, you got to be completely aware of what you're doing, why you're doing, everything. Today's children, you try to tell them this, see what you get. The children who are born in this era are not good children. All हमारे जमाने में ऐसा थे. The pride of हमारा जमाना is still there only. Their ego of हमारा जमाने में हम ये किए थे. ये जमाने में क्या खराब है? अरे कुछ पूजा पाठ करते ही नहीं है लोग. मंत्र बोले तो हंसते हैं. वो अभिषेकम बोले तो वो क्यों करूं मैं? उसमें क्या है? Then I said you should answer them. They are asking the right question. Even I would have asked you, why are you doing that? Have you asked yourself? नहीं, वो सब नहीं पूछते हैं. See, blind belief, superstition. So children tell them, this is all superstition, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. अरे सुपरस्टिशन कैसे होता है? तुम्हारा नाना ने किया है, परदादा ने किया है, तुम्हारे पूरा खानदान ने किया है, मैं कर रही हूँ, तुम कैसे बोल रहे हो सुपरस्टिशन है? मैं नहीं मानता इसको. बताओ मुझे, उसमें पानी डालने से क्या होता है? इट इज नॉट अबाउट एथिज्म. देयर इज अ साइंस बिहाइंड दैट. देयर इज अ साइंस बिहाइंड व्हाई यू डू अभिषेकम टू अ डाइटी और एन आइडल. Every time you do the Abhishekam, you are cleansing the pranic sharir of that, not the sthula. It is not the stone Shivalinga. There is a prana sharir around it. So when you use jala, the water, and when you use fragrance, when you use all those ingredients, which is done, which is very scientific, the Rishi said, it will purify that space, that aura of that Shivalinga. It is just like doing a prana pratishta. Prana Pratishtha, certain mantras are used. You give life to, you invoke life, you don't give life. One mystic was there, mystic, Avadhutvani. So I told Swamiji, there is this, Prana Pratishtha there, are you coming? Prana Pratishtha of what? There's an idol, new temple has come, they are installing the idol and they are doing Prana Pratishtha means they give life force to it. And then it is activated. The idol is activated and then you go for the worship, you continue there. So he just laughed. Kya jamana hai, he said. Now you have to give prana to God. It struck me. Suddenly it struck me. How true. He said, you are giving life to God and calling that we have done prana pratishtha, we have invoked God in that. That means God was not existing in it. A mystic told me this in saffron robes, who has transcended all this. I think so. In many places, when we talk all this, it is treating as offense. So I cannot talk all this in public. It will treat it offense, anti-Hindu, or it has nothing to do with Hindu, Muslim, or Christian. It's pure spirituality, transcending this guna, and this is all very much there in the Bhagavatam, in the Bhagavad Gita. If you see the Vedas, very clearly explained. But people have belief, they don't want to question, they will not question anything. Are you seeing? You don't question when you have fear. You have fear because you don't know. There is something beyond it. Hey, अपशकुन पूछना नहीं चाहिए. You should not question. Blindly do it. बच्चों को बोलो करने के लिए. Blindly do. I won't do it. Why should I do it? You should have the wisdom to explain to the child, this is the science beyond it. Why should I run around the temple like that, like mads? Look at those people, all are going in that merry-go-round, like that chair competition is a musical chair competition. All are going that way. Why should I go? I don't do that. I don't believe in all this. आजकल के बच्चे बड़े मॉडर्न हो गए. मॉडर्न नहीं हो गए, तुम उनको समझा नहीं पाए ठीक से. Your culture, your tradition, your belief, you are not being able to tell them. And it's very true, they are questioning. You could not question. And so you are in a dilemma and ignorance. They questioned, they went out of dilemma. वो मुक्त हो गए अज्ञानता से. So they also say, I'll pray. That's okay. They say, I'll pray, no problem, I'll do. And you can see the children, very deep connection. They will be praying, not distracted anywhere. That they will do and they'll run off. That is the purpose. So their parents must learn from the children. New generation doesn't mean they are little ones. Little ones is in your idea. Their bodies are little, their souls are old. It's a difference, my dear. Bhaiya, elaborate on how to be aware throughout the day. Poonam ji, I have made many videos on this. You can look into those videos. There are many practices. There are all the time I keep on posting something or the other to become aware only. Day before yesterday also I said there is a practice, spontaneous. Right now let us practice a small video, half an hour video or 20 minutes video. Look into that. You will come to know. Okay, guys, you have any other questions? 2:30. Started at 11. Okay, close to 2 hours, 3 hours. And I'm telling you, this blessing, don't underestimate this blessing where you have this eagerness to go into the non-dual space. The eagerness to study mystics, don't underestimate it. It's a great blessings that you have. Not all will get it. I'm not saying this to flatter. I'm telling this is where the evolution, where Lord Krishna's word is there, going beyond. You are going in the right direction. You are following all those people who have gone beyond gunas, avdutas. So for that, scriptures like Avdut Gita, Chidakasha Gita, Uddhav Gita, these are all there. I was talking about Krishna, I got cut out there. Arjuna, he told about this, no renunciation for you. Live in the world. Function, do your dharma. Have righteous, walk in the battlefield righteously. And when Lord Krishna was leaving his body, when his end time had come, his best friend Uddhav came running to him and said, dear friend, you are leaving. Please give me Upadesha. What Upadesha would you give me? Please enlighten me. Uddhav stood there with his hands folded to Krishna, his best friend. Krishna was very happy and delighted to see his friend. And he said, Uddhav, sit. I'm so glad you have come. I knew you would come. Sit. And then he gave the Uddhav Gita to him. You know what he said? The opposite of what he told to Arjuna. Arjuna, he said, you are not going to run anywhere. You are going to be in this world. Live righteously, do your duties, and work or battlefield, be a karma yogi, do karma. And Uddhav, he said, my dear friend, you have come. This is the right time now. Kali Yuga is approaching. Kali Yuga is going to come, and that is why I am leaving. It's going to be a mess. You also better pack up and leave immediately. And for that, what you need to do is find the most isolated hill, the most serene where nobody can disturb you. Go to that hill, sit there, do tapasya and leave your body, he said. He said, leave your body. Renounce everything, he said, and go there. And Uddhava took his Upadeshas. Thank you so much. Now it is the same Krishna giving two Upadeshas. To one he said, marry, stay as this householder, be in the world, work in the world, do everything there, and no renunciation for you. To the other he said, no need of all these worldly duties and formalities. Tyago, drop everything down, leave this world. And he said, leave this world because even I am leaving now. Kali Yuga is approaching. Leave as soon as possible. Go and take sannyas, as a sannyasi, go and sit and finish off. Now, why two different things? We must question this. Why this was not exchanged to others? Because Arjuna was not yet ready for it. Arjuna was still stuck in the world. He was a karma yogi, dualistic, completely dual, and he, even if this Gyan would have been given, and Krishna gave the Brahma Gyan to Uddhav, not to Arjuna. Arjuna, he gave Gyan, wisdom, how to live in it and all that, because after that there a stage will come. So first he has to finish that. That is why the four ashrams of this world, where I always remind that Brahmacharya, Grahastha, vanaprastha, sannyasa. Krishna knew that. If he does his job beautifully as a householder, he will move into vanaprastha. Vanaprastha, he will go into sannyasa. That is when he will become ripe, like Uddhava. That is when he can tell, now no more world for you, renounce the world and go now. Uddhava was already ready. That is why the whole Mahabharata, the whole Bhagavad Gita, you will never find Uddhava anywhere. Not in the scene. He was not interested in that. Why didn't he not come to meet Krishna? Because Krishna was involved in the world, teaching a lot of other things there, and he knew that that's not my cup of tea. The Mahabharata, the war, all those teachings also was not for Uddhava. He was not bothered about it because he had reason about that. The Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita is for those who are still there. Uddhav Gita is for those who have gone beyond the Bhagavad Gita, who have lived and gone beyond it. So, as your approach, the Lord will always give you. But not what normally happens. Everybody cites the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna has told this. Refer to the Gita, verse number so and so. Everybody will argue. They will talk everything. Anybody has talked about Uddhav Gita? No, why? Because they are also stuck in that. They like to give the parihara in that only, just in that only, rotating within that. Can you see how it is? So, what I am saying is, do not underestimate your eagerness to go beyond the Bhagavad Gita. I'm not saying Bhagavad Gita is wrong, but you have to transcend that also. All the Gitas you have to transcend one day or the other. All the scriptures also you have to transcend. You have to leave behind scriptures also. All the wisdom, everything will have to go one day. Leaving means everything has to be gone. What you have learned, everything has to be unlearned. You can't take it together with you. That is taken only for you to prepare you in this world. Once you are prepared and you are advanced and you are moved about it, you drop the whole thing and you move ahead. Like after schooling, you don't carry your same bags, your same school books, you don't preserve it. You don't need it. You're done with your schooling. You drop it. You take something that is higher. So don't underestimate whenever this feeling, like all the people who are sitting for this kind of sessions, these are very higher wisdom stuff, which see not everybody will be able to relate to. Nobody will have interest in that also. That is why the Avadut Gita, the first line says, it is only by the grace of God that you even have Advaita Vasana. In Sanskrit, I don't know how full, but that word Advaita Vasana is there. So I was thinking, because when you say Advaita Vasana, then Advaita also is a Vasana. See that? Vasana means a tendency. Why? Means you have to go even beyond Advaita. Can you catch that? Avduts are beyond even Advaita. Advaita Tattva. When you go beyond Advaita, there is nothing there. Everything is gone. That is the final stage of liberation. We need not think of all that, but we should know in our awareness. How even Advaita is not the end. All the schools I've studied very closely, all the schools, communities, paths, cults, sects, all those people, everything goes too much towards dualistic. Maximum 80% move towards dualistic and mastering the dual thing only. Worship and tamas you clean, rajas you clean, and you become sattvic. It's all till sattvic. But sattvic also is a guna, my dear. Maximum 80% of the uh, structures or systems are built for human evolution in this earth are in that dualistic. Still, they go only till sattva, including the religions. Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism. You see, it goes purifying. Do good, punya kar, neki kar, become nice, become divine. It's only that's not the end. That's not even 75% of the way. Because once the guna is there, still there is repeated birth for you. If no birth here, then you will go to heaven, you will go to some other loka, you will enjoy there. You might have a long time of pleasure. Because you have to exhaust that also, you can't. 36 crore Devi Devata. Is that 36 crore? I don't know how much it is. How do you call it? All those innumerable deities are gods. They are gods, demigods. They are all in some lokas. But they have a limitation. They cannot go beyond that. What? Why are they in those lokas? They are punyas. Too much of sattoguna, too high sattoguna, and very less or no rajas and tamas. Only sattoguna. Baggage. It's a baggage. You got to empty it. Where? Earth is not a place, because earth is too much of rajas, and no, you can't. You need a purer place. Go to higher loka. Go to Swarga loka. There you are transferred. Go and enjoy all the pleasures. Wow, this is great. So you enjoy all the pleasures. And as your bank balance reduces, every you are treated with respect and love and care and all that. The moment your final punya exhausts there, they'll catch hold of you. Outdoor, exit. Hey, no, I am. Ho gaya. Khatam. All the credits over. If you want to come back here, go and earn and come more. Again, come down to earth. Again, begin with a human incarnation. And then again fall in for some traps. Again you fall in some gunas. Again gone. Adogati. Urdogati nahi, adogati. When I was sitting once with Amma, Devi Amma, she reminded me, you guys don't know. We have all been in different lokas. You all are not coming here directly from earth and earth again. You have been in other dimensions. You have enjoyed those things and you're come back to earth and again gone to some other loka. We are all multi-dimensional, she said. People are moving from locus to locus. You don't remember it, that's all. See? So that is still a catch. That's not liberation. So after that, that sattvic guna, that still in dual thing, is where somebody gets an interest to move towards Advaita. They feel this or not. So now I want to understand Advaita, oneness, all the dual practices, all these rituals, all these stuff which has formalities, do's and don'ts, and all those things. No interest. Many people are getting this, in today's world. But they're confused. This is happening to me. I'm feeling no interest in this particular, that particular. Is anything wrong with me? Nothing wrong. We are evolving. As simple as that. What do I need to do? Go with your inner heart. Go follow your heart. If you feel like doing, do. If you don't feel like doing, don't do. Just move on. You will keep on ascending. Because of fear, if you get stuck here, then what's the use? Your buddhi is not yet activated. So activate that and transcend that. So a stage will come where, okay, I'm done with it. Or you're still in it, but you have no interest. Then that is when the craving for Advaita comes. The craving for oneness, the feeling of oneness. Why this division? Why are we different? Why is there so many gods? It's all one, no? Why are people that all these kind of thoughts starts coming into your mind? That is because now you're ready to go into that space. Your level of consciousness, frequency has gone to that level where higher truths will come into your existence. And that will flood your mind, your being. And then you'll start contemplating. Then your interests will change suddenly. You'll see your habits change. All your earlier dualistic tendencies and thinking and perspective will change. Suddenly you are evolved. Then your habits, you move towards that kind of groups and that kind of people and that kind of tendency where you can get this information. You start reading scriptures about Advaita. You start learning about Advaita. You see mystics who are that, you're going towards that Advaita Bodha. So, Avadut Gita in the first line says, it is only by the grace of God that even you can develop Advaita Vasanam. Means the interest for Advaita comes only and only if you have the grace of God. Avadut Gita, verse 1. It begins from there. It credits you for your, your credibility. That you are worthy. You made yourself worthy enough now to enter this zone where true liberation and true spirituality begins. And when that habit comes, your habit change. You start looking into all these things. You start studying, you start contemplating, and you are moving more towards that. Slowly, all these dualistic tendencies will keep on shedding. And when you move towards deeply into Advaita and you start living in Advaita, then you'll know this also is a bondage for me, because this also has a certain being. This also, Advaita also has a guna. Certain guna is there. That is why it is called Advaita Vasanam. It is called as Vasana. Vasana is a gross word actually. So they in the Avadut Gita it said Advaita Vasanam. So that tendency, when you understand that it's beyond that. And when you, the only people who can give you that example are the avduts, mystics, who have gone beyond those vasanas, that vasana also. That talking of Advaita, when you talk, it's still Advaita, it's still dualistic, it's not Advaita. Ramana Maharishi, Nisargadatta Maharaj, Bhagavan Nityananda, no talks. When they are in that zone, all oneness. Oneness may, how can you talk to yourself? It's like that. There is no two. You need somebody to have that difference. Then only you can talk. That is why they go into the silence, which even I experienced in Tiruvannamalai. You don't feel like talking because there's what to talk? Who's the speaker? Who's the listener? Nobody there. Listener is not there, speaker is not there. The only I am being, the presence is there. So when you experience that, you come to know there is no other. Ramana was asked in one line, how do we treat others? And Ramana answered in very simple words, there is no others. So beautiful. Can anybody understand it? Only those who have an inclination to go beyond even the Advaita will understand the mystics. So that is where the catch of these books and these scriptures and these mystics are lying. So for that, now I think it's clear to you. First, you got to get rid of these gunas, even the sattvic gunas. Even I am a good doer, I am a nice meditator, I am a good disciple, I am a good devotee of God. That also is a guna, sattvic guna. Even if you're a nice person, I am a nice person, I am a pure person. When you say I am pure or somebody is pure, guna, sattvic guna. Even that claiming of your. So Ramana used to only ask straight questions. Anything, he used to straight go and hit the bullseye. Is it I'm feeling spiritual, and who is the one who's feeling that spiritual? There is one important, I just remembered, I should share this. It's of Swami Chinmayananda. What you see in the world, Chinmaya Mission is a very big foundation, very good organization, long, the very famous. And sometimes I share his Chinmayananda, long beard. So he used to go to Bhagavan Nityananda all the time. Not all the time, many times he has gone to take his blessing. There are photographs. Imagine, Chinmayananda is such a great mystic and he used to go to Bhagavan Nityananda, so who he must be. He once went to Ramana also and he wrote a small booklet of his experience. Chinmayananda went to meet Ramana. And when he entered there, he was seeing this loincloth person sitting just silently there doing nothing. And he went because he was always a Vedantist. He talked about Vedanta all the time. So as a Vedantist, he went there and sat, and Vedantists always talk about Jnana. They want to have wisdom. Okay. So what I talk here is Vedanta, definitely wisdom, but what now I am revealing to you is beyond even that wisdom. So it's not just stuck in wisdom. You have to go beyond that wisdom also. This is what Ramana is. So the man of wisdom went to him and said, give me some wisdom about this. Ramana was just looking at him. He asked him, who are you? Where have you come from? He said, I'm Swami so and so, and I've come. What are the practices you do? What experience do you have? He said, from my childhood I'm seeing Krishna. And seeing, he added, seeing doesn't mean I am seeing him visually or some in mind. Physically I can see him. He presents to me physically. He talks to me one to one. Krishna. We sometimes play with each other. We interact with each other, he said. And this has happened with many mystics. So Swami Chinmayananda said, this is my experience with Krishna. Krishna comes to me. Ramana was still. And he just said, do you see him now? Means, do you see Krishna now? Chinmayananda Swami stopped for a moment and said, no, not now. And Ramana said, anything that appears has to disappear. And anything that appears and disappears is not eternal. It is not nitya. It is anitya. And anything that is anitya is false. He had a jerk of his life because all his life he was thinking that some great achievement. And here he deluded. He told him, because he is talking very high level, it's beyond, see, this is Advaita, beyond that level. There is talking that God himself comes in the man form, and somebody else would have felt so high about him. Ramana was very calm because he knew that is still not the completion. He just said, do you see him now? You see him, okay, at certain times. But then he appears and disappears. He said anything that is changing is anitya. Anything that appears and disappears is anitya. Means anything that is changing and transient, that is ever changing, is not real. What is real can never change, it is always shashvat there. What we call as the God consciousness, it was infinitely always there. Never an end, never a beginning, and it does not change. What does not change in you, the tattva of that Paramatma, is your Atma. Your Atma doesn't change, your self doesn't change. Whatever happens to this body, mind, you take hundreds of lives, but this Atma stays Nitya. Ramana told him, that which is eternal is Nitya. That which is Nitya is real. Catch on to the real. See how deep it is. Mystics versus mystics. I've seen many people putting down even Ramana's teachings because they can't get it, what he's telling. And because people don't get it, he used to say in silence. He used to not talk anything. One time a person came to him and said, please guide me towards, I want to go towards moksha and so and all that. So he told, okay, what do you do? He said, I'm a Shiva Bhakta. I do his worship, and I'm very this ardent. I so and so timingly I do every weekly. Ramana said, go beyond that. Ask who is the Bhakta and who is worshipping whom. Go and inquire within. Who is the one who sees or thinks about? Who is that? He was pointing to his soul. He's saying I. He's talking about the ego consciousness, but he's saying no, go within and see who's that feeling, who's actually seeing and perceiving it. Then he started arguing, no, you don't know, it is important for me to do this. Ramana went Mauna, kept quiet. He didn't speak. Then he spoke all justification, there is this way, and he stood for. Ramana didn't speak anything. For a long time he stood. Finally he said, nothing is going to happen. He said, I'm taking a leave. Ramana said, okay. He nodded. He went away. When he went away, the people around said, what, Ramana, Bhagavan, you didn't tell anything about this? You didn't tell anything about, he was asking so this. Said, I tried telling him, but he's stuck in his own world. Then I said, okay, let him go. Now from here he'll go to another saint. He'll go and try to listen to what he wants to hear. He wants, what he likes to hear only. He wants people to tell him that, so that he can gratify and stuck in that. So when I knew that he doesn't want to move away from it, he's not ready for it. So I went silent. Let him go and keep experimenting, go again and again. And when he finally learns, let him realize it. See, as simple. This is why it is said that there's no point convincing people. Oh, this is the way, this is. Those who understand, understand. Those who don't understand, it's okay. Balram I have not studied. I really don't know. Is the same reason why Balram went on a pilgrimage during Kurukshetra war? Could be. Could be. See, Balram we have not heard much in this. Could be. I have not studied. Maybe if I look into it, I'll come to know. If I've seen. I do not even know the story of Balram. I knew they were good friends there, but I don't know. When you say Balram, I remembered of one beautiful instrument. I had experience. I had gone to what is Krishna Janmabhoomi? I forgot that. Vrindavan and Mathura. So I had gone to Mathura. Very beautiful experience happened. I was in Delhi ashram then, and I was again not very this. I was wanting to seek that craving to go and connect and all that. So I was sitting, and it was a Saturday evening afternoon. I was sitting in my cabin, and suddenly the Krishna consciousness thing came, and suddenly the pictures of Mathura. I opened the Google and I googled it. It was Mathura, and I saw Vrindavan. Suddenly there was a pull. Can't explain. There was a pull. I need to go there. Without telling anything, there was half day left for work. I just sent an SMS to whomever I had to send that I'll be leaving early. I saw the trains, and there was a train, a super fast train from Delhi to Mathura direct. And I went to my room, changed, and I sat in the taxi, and I was out. Before I knew, I was in the station, and before I knew, I was in Mathura next day morning, early morning. And while I was in Mathura, I had great time there. Great time. That was, I cannot forget that. I was not myself in that day. I've not told this to anybody, but first time I'm saying probably. When I had the darshan of, I went to Mathura. After that, I went to Brindavan. Brindavan, I was moving around, and some kind of ecstasy happened. After I was in the temple, I had just had a darshan, and there's so much of rush, pushing and pushing and pushing. So I was having a glimpse from far. I could see in the Garbhagriha that darshan of Krishna, and my eyes was focused there, and I wanted to stay connected to that deity. But the crowd was pushing so badly. I was near the entrance, and I was just looking. My eyes was fixed on him, and I was just saying, "Oh, if I could just see you for some time." That moment, somebody gave a big push, and there was a big donation hundi which was there, big vessel. I just got pushed into that, and I got stuck in that, literally. When I got stuck, I realized, oh my god, I'm stuck in this. I got to get out. I was trying to get out, but I saw the vision was very clear, and the people were moving around. But because I went into that inside that container, no crowd was pushing me. So for the first moment, I thought, okay, let me remain stuck. I was remain stuck, and I had a great vision darshan from there. Everybody was pushing. People were pushing them. Nobody bothered to touch me. For 15 minutes, I stood there around, and I went into some kind of trance. Then I moved into that, and then that, oh my god, what a crowd. It was like a sea. People, I was not even moving. I was just like in that Mumbai locals. You just have to stand, and you get pushed inside the train and pushed out of the train. You just got to stand. You don't need to walk also. So I was just like that. The crowd was carrying, but I was lost. Then I came out of that Vrindavan, and I wanted to go to the seashore and sit near the beach. Then I took a cycle rickshaw, and I said I want to go there. And then I suddenly remembered there was a samadhi of Nityanand Bhakt there in Gokul. Gokul is very close. So I said Nityanand Bhakt Gokul is there, and his name was Karunananda Swami. So I started Googling. I started Googling immediately, and where is Karunananda Swami? And let me go. I couldn't find anywhere Karunananda Swami. So I took the cycle rickshaw, and I was going to the seashore, and I remember that ecstasy, that trance which I had gone through, that stuck thing, which I was going through, that idol, that ecstasy I don't. And I was singing loudly, and this guy is moving on that cycle rickshaw, and I'm sitting like this on the side, my legs are lifted up, and water bottle was in my hand, my sandals are on the this, and I am in some different world, and I'm aware. One part of me is aware, what are you doing, what the hell are you doing? The other part doesn't want to change anything, just wants to be that way. And I'm drinking water and all that, and then I see the bottle fall off my hand, and I'm suddenly seeing, the guy is moving and the bottle is falling, and one side my memory is telling me, look, your wallet also might fall, but the other side is not even trying to fix that wallet. It's like, okay, whatever happens. The whole street he drove me, I was in that kind. And then I went and sat near the that Yamuna Tat pe for some time, meditated and all that. Meditated, just open eyes. And then I said I must go to Gokul. I came out, I searched everywhere, I couldn't get. Then I remembered Vijayanand Swami. He was the guy who had given me a book of Gokul, Karananand Swami. And now I had refused at that time. I said, no, I don't want. Who will go to Gokul and all, Swamiji, keep it. I don't want. He said, keep it. See, 8 years back he had given me that book. I refused. And now I'm standing in Vrindavan. So I said, I must go to Gokul. And Gokul is the place, because he said Balram, I remembered this. Gokul is a place where Balram was born. Krishna and Balram were supposed to have played and grew up in Gokul. Gokul is supposed to be where growing up time of Krishna. So I said, okay, even if I go there, there is nothing much to see there, places. So what will I do there? Only this samadhi of Karunanand Swami is there. But I couldn't get it. And see what happens. I tried calling Vijayanand Swami, I couldn't get. Nothing. I said, okay. I was giving up my plans of going. I got up in front of the Brindavan this only, and I started moving. Now I was supposed to take vehicle to Mathura. I'm walking alone on the streets. Suddenly, one auto guy comes and stands in front of me. Suddenly, coming and blocking my way. I said, "What?" He said, "Sightseeing चलेंगे क्या साहब?" I said, "No sightseeing and all." मैं यहाँ थोड़ा इसके लिए आया नहीं, मैं वो दिखाता हूँ। I said, कुछ इंटरेस्ट नहीं। He said, आपको देखना पड़ेगा, उधर है और गोकुल गोकुल। He said, I flashed me. तो आई आस्क्ड हिम, डू यू नो इफ एनी, वो तो मालूम नहीं है मुझे, लेकिन वो ये है बलराम का टेम्पल है। ये आई सेड मुझे वो तो नहीं है, लेकिन ये जगह मिलना था। नहीं, आपको लेके चलता हूँ, इतना 800 रुपये। देन ही सेड, देन ही ओनली रिड्यूस्ड 500, ही सेड 400। ही वाज गोइंग ऑन रिड्यूसिंग एंड ही वाज लाइक, सब कुछ तो हो जाएगा मेरा। आई सेड ओके चलो, देन इंस्टेड ऑफ मूविंग अराउंड, लेट मी गो टू गोकुल एंड गो टू दैट प्लेस वेयर बलराम वाज born. So he said a lot of things and he showed me. He took me to this place. I said, I'm not interested in anything. Just take me there. So he took me to the Balram temple and he said, आप कितना टाइम लगेगा बोलो। मैं said 15 मिनट तो मैं ध्यान करके आता हूँ and then no sightseeing. I will only sit 15 minutes everywhere. You don't explain to me. You don't have to take to 10 different places. Take me only to 2 3 places. He had agreed. He stood waiting. I went into Balram temple. So there I came to know that was the spot where Balram was born. So that place they had converted into a temple. So that name is only Balram Temple, Balram Mandir. So when I went, okay Anaji, take care. I am also closing in shortly. Uh, I went there and I just sat, but the parda was closed. I asked, when is this going to open? They said, Abhi lunch time hai, it will take some time and all that. So I was like curious what to do. I don't know. I took a corner and I sat there for meditation. Put my asana, I sat there for meditation, waiting for it to open. Then that priest was looking at me continuously. Then he called me, come. I went, oh, बोले कहाँ से आए हो? Then I told him, अरे काफ़ी दूर से आए हो, यहाँ कौन है? Then I told him so and so. Then he said, okay, आपके लिए मैं खोलता हूँ थोड़ा देर, आप ये करो. Okay, I was very happy. Then he opened for a while and I just prayed, meditated, prayed there, and then put some dakshina for him. I think he was expecting that, and then came back. And I said, I'll now meditate. That darshan ho gaya. Now I'll sit and just meditate for a while. And I sat and I looked at my side. There was Nityananda photo there. Bhagwan Nityananda. I was shocked. Where in this place? After all these places, Mathura, Vrindavan, and Gokul. So I just got up and went to that priest who was sitting there and doing some puja and all. In front of the big photo he was sitting. That was dedicated for him, that priest. I said, भगवान नित्यानंद का फोटो, ओह आप जानते हैं भगवान को? I said, yeah, कैसे जानते हैं? I said, I go to गणेशपुर. ओह आप जाते हैं? मैं भी जाता हूँ, ये said priest. I said, wow, wonderful. How come you are connected? अरे यहाँ तो कनेक्शन हो जाता है, वो भगवान है, वो कृष्ण के स्वरूप है. He started going on. I said, wow. In Gokul I am hearing about Bhagwan Nityananda. See the connection. And I was very happy. And then I was looking at the photo. Down I saw Karananand Swami's photo. I was jolted. I said, Karananand Baba. He didn't understand. इनको जानते हो? I said, yeah, इनको ढूंढते आया था मैं और नहीं मिला. Then I told him my whole story. This, अरे सर ये नित्यानंद बाबा का फोटो भी उनकी वजह से आया यहाँ पे. आप उनके समाधि ढूंढ रहे हो, तो इधर ही है पीछे. सर नहीं छोड़ मी, जस्ट आप एक रास्ता है, राइट पे जाओ और थोड़ा आगे जाओ, आधा किलोमीटर भी नहीं, इधर ही है. I was like, oh my god. Then I took the auto and I rushed there, and then it is a long story again. Many mystical things happened there and all that. And I was allowed into that samadhi also. It's inside a gufa type of thing. His brother was there. His Shishya, Karananand Swami Shishya's brother, Gopala Swami's brother. So when I told him the whole thing and how I reached there, auto guy came suddenly and all that, he said, okay, Nityanand Bhagwan ने आपका बंदोबस्त कर दिया. Then he took me and they don't allow inside. But he took me, he asked me just wear a lungi. I wore a lungi and then he took me inside that cave thing and he had taken samadhi inside. So there I meditated and all that, and a lot of things happened. But when you told Balram, I remembered this. See, Balram temple, the Janma Bhumi of Balram, became this hub for me where I met Karananand Swami. That photograph was kept there. Nityananda arranged. And look at this mysterious rickshaw guy who came and forced me and took me to Gokul. Divine mysteries. Okay, then now to just reach to that space of divine order, if you just keep this awareness of all these things, and in the chaos also, try to catch this. See, there also, Brindavan also, it was chaos, full chaos. But divine order was also there. There was some order that was taking care. Divine order means cosmic intelligence that is taking care of everything, which is automatic, which we will never know. We cannot fathom it. It's all taking care of everything. There is a divine order in this space, divine order in this earth. Like for example, if you see the whole space, the Akash Tattva, ether, is all open, but it is polluted by chaos. There is chaos there. There are planes flying all the time. There are birds flying, so many things happening. There are kites, people are flying kites. So many things are happening in that Akash Tattva, in that space. So there is a certain kind of chaos. Even planes are in certain kind of chaos, but it's managed by human beings. You know, so there is a chaotic movement. If you see, like just like down earthly traffic, there is a traffic up also. But in all that, it is just like the gravity is the divine order. For example, Earth laws is what? It is based on gravitational force. The basic laws. You come to Earth, you have to be on Earth. You cannot fly. You cannot. So all that is flying seems to be chaos. That is an illusion. That's Maya. That is flying. It's not real. Why it's not real? Because it cannot be in motion or in flight for long. You see, any plane that flies has to come down. Only technology they use it, the Maya, the illusion, to go away from it and think that they are now in that Akash space. Yes, you are, but only for a temporary time. You have to come down. What pulls you down? Gravity. Birds also, how much ever they fly, somewhere they have to ground and rest themselves. The kites that fly, anything that goes up has to come down because duality, up and down. What brings it down is the gravitational force. Gravitational force is that unseen divine order. We can't see it. Absolutely, we can't see it. But that order is there, which is automatically keeping things down. Even if you take off, it will ensure that it brings you down. That is bringing order. Imagine if there was this gravity was not there, and everybody, then the earth would have been flooded by planes and satellites and even floating homes and all that. All would have happened, chaos. But what is allowing not that to happen? Gravity. This is one example that I'm giving you. So in every aspect of chaos, there is something invisible that we cannot easily see, but it's taking care of it. Pandemic came, chaos, so much of confusion, so much of afaratapri, panicking, everything, chaos. But in that, there was a cosmic intelligence putting something into higher order. Can you see the rise of consciousness that has happened after pandemic? So the divine intelligence, the divine order was taking care of even that chaos. But people saw chaos. We didn't see chaos because during the pandemic and lockdown, we were sitting and doing live and talking, transcending death. We are talking how foolish it is to get stuck in this. And what is seen is not. You go and see when the lockdown will begin my videos. I had begun to say that this all is not real. What is appearing, it is all for a higher purpose. It is not what it is seeming. Even if we lose people, things happen. There is no loss actually. It's a transmutation that's happening, change that is happening for higher evolution of good. For that, changes will happen. If we hold on to the changes, we will be chaotic because we are unable to adapt to the new changes. Whenever we adapt to anything that is happening, which is not in our control, which we say, is what we call divine will or surrender. That is when we say we go with the flow. Whatever happens, happens. जिस विधि राखे उस विधि रहिए. जो शिव आ गया, thy will be done. Christian prayer, as on in heaven, as on so on earth, thy will be done. Your will be done, not my will. Divine will be done. So when we cannot understand certain aspects, Instead of jumping into it and trying to take control of that situation, which is we are fighting with the divine will, it's easier to let go and understand there is a divine order. Sometimes when you move in the path of spirituality, your life will shake up. Suddenly you will shake up. Wrong people will enter your life, good people will enter your life, and good people will go away from your life, bad people will go. Lot of things keep on happening, moving. Many things. There is a divine order in that chaos. If you catch that through your awareness, you will be still. That is why I put that post, who comes, comes, who goes, goes, what remains, remains, what crashes, crashes, what builds up, builds up. I'm least bothered about it. I am connected to that which is Shashwat, eternal throughout all these changings, coming and going and dropping and building and falling. Many things are happening, but one thing is consistent, the consciousness, the pure awareness. I am holding on to that. That is a divine force. That is a divine grid. That is a divine order. And that divine order, all the changes happen because the divine order is making them happen. Because it's all moving towards a certain conclusion. If we are moving from Kali Yuga to Satyuga, there is a divine order that is taking it invisible. So when the divine order is moving things on this earth and changing it for higher ascension, is it wise to go with that divine will, or is it wise to fight and lose that battle? We will lose exhausted. That is because we don't understand this divine will, this divine force, this divine grid, the divine order that is there in the chaos. We see only the chaos. So whenever there is a chaos, it's a change. Manthan is a chaos. The outcome, outcome of that. So this is one way. Having this kind of awareness will help us stay rooted and move smoothly towards the end of life in a very successful way. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you, if you people can just whoever are there day ones here, you can just subscribe button on that, because what's happening is I have to sit here with this laptop and I'm bound. There is very limited stuff. I have to see put on all these lights and all. So what's happening is it's asking for 1,000 people. If only 1,000 people are there, then I will be able to do it on my mobile. Less than 1,000 subscriber, you have to do other. So that is the reason I'm coming here. Last time I forgot to tell that. So I don't know. It's around 750, or I don't know how much the count is. So if you can just, if you have not subscribed, if you can just subscribe on that, what will happen is it will come. Once it comes to 1,000, it's more than enough. Then I'll be able to do the through the mobile anywhere I can do. Oh, nice to see you all. I'm looking at your. There are many people. Okay, good. Good that you stayed for me for almost this 3.5 hours plus. If you have been from the start, good. If you have not been, no problem. And if you anybody has missed half or something, you please write a small mail to me where you have got that link. There only just reply if you want to see it. Because what will happen is the moment I shut down this live, it will automatically go into the private mode where it will get locked, and only those whose emails I assign, only those email people will be able to see that, in case you need this, otherwise I think we will meet next time, and I hope there is no other questions here. Oh, exactly, it has been 4 hours, and I think that's enough time. So with this, I think I take your leave. If you have any questions or things on this, you can always write to me, and I'll try to make short videos on that also, and keep content posted regularly that can help us keep aligned to this. If you have any questions related to today's session, now all the lives that I'm doing is catching one particular topic and going deep into it. So thank you then. Thank you for being around. Because of your presence, I am able to speak something here. Otherwise, I cannot talk to myself. So even if some people are there, I can talk, and I also get enlightened with so many things that flows during this whole process. Thank you for being here and catch up with you next time. Much divine love and light to you. Stay blessed.